Alright, so Litchi is a hybrid zoner and rushdown character. She's a mode change character with multiple stances, and her general game plan is to focus on neutral control, score some kind of hit or get a conversion, and corner carry into set play. Common misconception about her is that she is a heavy mix-up character. Within the context of this game, she actually does not have any truly unreactable mix-ups aside from one cross-up setup in the corner. So her offense is more about covering defensive options and less about having truly unreactable mix-up tools. That said, her mix-up is still good, it's still serviceable, and with the style of offense that BB has, she has one of the better offenses in the game, because a lot of the offense in this game is less about going straight into mix-up style reward and more about conditioning and targeting defensive choices, and she has a really perfect kit for that. So the first thing I'll do is break down her drive mechanic, because that's the most complex aspect of the character. I have a YouTube video about this already, so if you want to get more in-depth with that, I would say watch the video, because I'm just going to kind of gloss over some things here, so that way we have a general idea going forward into this. So the name of her drive is Mantenbo, that's the name of her staff, and it functions like a boomerang. So when you press the D button, she puts the staff down. When you hit the D button again, it launches the staff and it comes back. She has two different sets. She has a vertical set, which is 5D, and it launches it up and it comes back. And then she has a horizontal set, 2D, she puts it on the ground, and then it comes back. Important thing to note about the 2D set, the horizontal set, is that it does not hit low. It is a mid. None of her actual staff launching attacks hit overhead or low. They are all mid attacks. The second thing about her drive mechanic is that it turns her into a mode change character. So by default, she starts with the staff on. Her normals deal more damage, but she's slower and they have more range, and she's more of a neutral kind of poke style character, and she has more defensive tools. So you can see here, this is her 5B, it's like a really good long range, mid-range poke. Then you put the staff down, it becomes much closer, but it's faster, and she has more Gatling options. The most complex aspect of her drive mechanic is the orientation set. So that would be the vertical and the horizontal, what controls which way that the staff launches. So different buttons place it in the horizontal and the vertical set. So for example, her DP, Tsubame Gaishi, 623D with the staff equipped, it sets it in a vertical set. Whereas something like, let's see, her 6D sets it in a horizontal set. All of the moves that plant the staff plant them in either vertical or horizontal. So JD is horizontal, 6D is horizontal, and the end of this super, if you hold the drive button, it places it in a horizontal set. The final way to get a horizontal launch is technically not part of her official kit. It's kind of like a glitch. I wouldn't necessarily call it a glitch, but she has a special move named Itsu. If you hold the button down and wait until the end, it's kind of hard to do, you can actually get the staff to launch in a horizontal set from this move. Like that. Really, really specific, not very useful, does work. Also, hey Tux, good to see you in here. Also, yeah, as I said before, everybody feel free to ask questions during all this. I'm reading chat. This is totally free script, so I'll probably be jumping around stuff, not too uber focused on anything. No, there is not a visual indicator for what set it is after it's been placed. That's one of the things that makes it really complex. That's really important to know both as the Litchi player and as the opponent fighting against her. Keeping track of whether it is vertical or horizontal set is very, very important. So knowing which moves place it in which set is going to be a key factor in both playing her and in dealing with the matchup. Another thing that makes the set orientation so complicated is the left and right launch direction of the staff. So the best way I can word this is the direction the staff will launch is based on the opponent's orientation to the staff, or the opponent's position relative to the staff when it gets placed. So what this means is right now the staff is to the left of Jin. So when I launch the staff, it's going to go towards him to the right. He was to the right of the staff when it was placed, so it's going to go that direction. If he moves past it, like this, he's on the left of the staff now, but he wasn't when it was placed, so it's still going to go to the right. Likewise, if I throw it behind him, now he's to the left of the staff when it was placed, it's going to come back to me. Same deal, if I put it behind him, it's going to the left, and we push him all the way past, it's still going to go to the left. Okay, so the major differences between whether it is vertical or horizontal when it's set. So the main one, of course, is that the vertical launch, it goes up, it goes all the way to the corner and comes back, it hits twice. This is the one that hits twice. It hits once on the way out, hits once on the way back. Technically, it's supposed to always go to the corner. There are ways to get it to not go all the way from one screen edge to the other, but generally it does, so you can see how much longer it takes to come back when I'm in the corner. The 2D set, it does not go quite as far. The 2D set, it goes to the opponent and then it comes back. It has more of a set distance than that. So like if I'm really close, it can still go through and it's going to take longer to come back because it's going to go past him, but usually it kind of just goes towards the opponent in their general vicinity and then it comes back. So the 2D set actually comes back much faster. The 2D set also, or the horizontal set, it only hits one time. So it does not have the 2-hit boomerang. The other key difference is the horizontal set launches the opponent on hit, and the 5D set does not launch the opponent on hit. Those are the big ones, because that's her general drive launch, so those are the ones you're going to run into the most. The last thing is that it does affect 2 of her special moves. So this move is called Shin Shin, or 4 Winds for the English name. When it is the horizontal set, it hits 3 times and it goes across the floor, or 4 times, sorry. It hits 4 times and goes across the floor. And then the vertical set, it actually launches and it goes up in the air. Which, Jin has a pretty skinny hitbox, so there we go. And it hits 6 times, so it hits much more. It also has more startup when it's vertical, before the staff actually moves. And then the horizontal one is a lot faster. The last thing that it affects is her super, which is 13 Orphans, or Kokushi Muso in Japanese. It is, the vertical one is a reversal and has higher minimum damage, so you see it a lot for combo enders because that's her main killing super. So it looks like this, staff goes up, looks like a tornado, and then when it's on the ground, it has no invincibility at all, and it has much longer startup and less screen freeze, but it functions like a set play super. So it stays on the ground, dude punches a bunch of times, you mix up behind it. Yeah, so the 2D set version, yes, it is situationally more useful because of the speed and the launch. It's really good for kind of like zoning wars. The projectile goes so low across the floor it can actually go over a lot of other projectiles. I don't remember if Jin's Ice Blade is one or not. Yeah, see, so it hits lower. The vertical set would be less useful in this situation because you would need to wait for the staff, or for the Ice Blade to get closer. It's still perfectly fine for that, it's just a lot more positioning dependent. Like if it was right here, you could counter poke like that. It would be better right here in this situation, kind of like in a mid-screen position, because you could launch it like that, but if it was closer to you, you would have more risk because you would need to wait for the projectile to get closer to you, whereas the 2D set, you could kind of just let it rip like this. That's pretty much it for like the vertical and the horizontal orientation. The last thing that I'll talk about is touching on the left, right, and moves that control whether it hit or is placed vertical and horizontal. She has multiple moves when she's staffless that actually count as replacing the staff. So this move is called Kote Gaishi. It is 623D or 421D, which are DP motions forward and backwards when the staff is planted, and the D button. So all she does is she moves the staff forward and she moves the staff backwards. It has no hitbox, and there's a unique property of this move that she cannot special cancel into it, so it can only be done from neutral. And basically what this does is, aside from repositioning the staff around the screen so she can utilize it in different ways, moving the staff forward actually replants it in a vertical set. So I'll show you here. I'm going to do 2D. This is horizontal set, launches low. If I do that and then move the staff forward, now it goes vertically. Likewise, moving it backwards sets it in the 2D set, the horizontal set. So here I'm doing 5D, launches vertically, placing it vertically, moving it backwards. Now it goes horizontal. Aside from setting it vertically and horizontally, whenever she does this, as I said, it counts as replanting the staff, so it's like a fresh planting of the staff. It also changes the left-right direction because it's changing the relative position of the staff to the opponent. So I'll show you this example again. If I throw it over Jin, he's to the left of the staff, so it's going to go left. If I throw it over Jin and then move it back a whole bunch of times, now it's to the left of him, now it's going to go right. This is really, really important because when you're playing neutral and moving around the screen, you might end up switching sides and kind of getting past the staff. Now I can't utilize this the way that I want because it's going to go the wrong direction. And we've switched sides playing neutral and stuff like that, so now I want to reposition the staff. Now I can utilize it again. You'll see this a lot in neutral. You'll see this happen all the time. A Litchi player just kind of moving the staff around while she plays, while she's doing other movements and poking and things like that. It's really important for being able to reposition the staff for combos, for pressure, for neutral poking, things like that. The last thing that affects the launch. This one is kind of esoteric, but when she is on top of the staff with this stance, which is half circle back and the A button, the move is called Ippatsu, or actually it's called Litchi, I think. Litchi A with the A button. Ippatsu is when she's on top of the staff. The B and C follow-ups, which look like her Rekkas, you can see that the staff kind of wiggles a little bit. That's because it counts as replanting the staff as well. It does not change the vertical or the horizontal orientation, it only changes the left-right. So again, if I throw this behind Jin, it's going to go to the left. If I do this, move him over here, then do this move, now it's going to go to the right. These all affect that, so throwing the staff like this, that also counts. That's the B version of Litchi, which is again half circle back, so half circle back B. And then the C version, it also counts like that. And again, doesn't affect the vertical or the horizontal, it only affects left-right. That basically covers all of her staff mechanics. Basically, anytime you hear the sound effects, yes, pretty much. I mean, you can kind of use that as an indicator, yeah. Most of the time you'll hear it, it has that kind of like, I don't know if you've ever like played with a door stopper and heard the little rattle of the spring. If you pay attention to that sound, yeah, you can usually tell. The other thing you can tell by is you can see the staff, like the top of the staff wiggles. That's how you know it's been replanted. The top of the staff will wiggle when she does these moves. Yes, this is going to be a video. I will be posting this on YouTube. How low does the horizontal projectile travel? For example, could someone like Talcaka 2A crawl under it? Also, does it clash with projectiles? I don't offhand know if it can be low profiled by Tau, but it does OTG, so I'm going to say no. It does go over some projectiles, not all projectiles. I did show earlier that it clashes with Jin projectile. Also important to note, I think, how many projectile levels are in this game? 4 or 5? So just to get into system mechanics, every projectile in the game has a projectile level, which determines its strength against other projectiles, which means projectiles of the same level will clash and they will cancel each other out, whereas a projectile that is a higher level will break the other projectile and continue through. Yes, I will go over the use of those moves. So I think it's a level 2 projectile. I don't think it's the lowest level projectile in the game. I think it's a level 2, so it's going to clash with most, because most projectiles are level 2. But it does have the ability to go under some. So like a Jin TK, for example, a TK Ice Sword, which you see a lot, it will go under that. So you can see that here. Another really important thing, actually, is Litchi has one of the lowest crouch hurt boxes in the game, so she can actually crouch herself under a lot of projectiles. That does make it twice as good for doing the staff launch, since she can do that while crouching. So you can see this here, the TK projectile. Some characters that would hit crouching. This is really useful. Catching rolls in the corner. Yeah, when I get into like the combos and like the pressure stuff, I'll go over some ways to catch rolls. And to be honest with you, catching rolls is something I still have trouble with as well, because there's not like a really super consistent way that she can do it in this version. It's one of the things that's more annoying about her. She generally just kind of chooses to not tech trap, as in like actually punish the roll, and just sets herself up to not have to worry about the roll RPS. So like a really, really simple, and I'll just show this like really quickly. This is her standard Oki ender. This is her set play ender in the corner. She's not going to be able to punish rolls here. She could do it with 2A. Like, she can just kind of 2A to punish a forward roll and be DP safe, but then she's not going to be able to punish, like, no tech or back roll. The reason Litchi has so much difficulty catching rolls like this is because she does not have many moves that have a backwards hitbox to catch the forward roll while also catching no tech and back roll. But we'll get deeper into that later, but that's going to be like a general idea of it. To get back into like some of her staff mechanics, she has a few special moves that place the staff. So she has Renchan, 214B, and 214C. There is very, very situational usage for using 214C. It does go a lot further, but the speed or the startup of the move makes it kind of not worth it most of the time. It's really telegraphed, and they can just kind of run under it. But sometimes it is useful. The B version, however, this is an extremely potent neutral tool. It's an anti-air, it is a zoning tool, it has a ton of hit stun on air hit, and it can clash with other projectiles and stuff. It also gets the staff close to them, and then she can launch it in the vertical set afterward, and it functions as a really great anti-air. It just has a really good arc. This is a really important move, something to factor a lot in your staff positioning. Knowing that this is vertical set is going to be important because it is her main combo filler tool. And in the matchup, that's something to be aware of because she's going to be throwing this a lot. And she's going to have to move the staff and reposition it afterwards before she can use the horizontal set. So knowing that when she throws that in that way, and that's going to be vertical, that makes your coverage as the opponent a lot easier to keep track of. Yeah, converting random staff hits, yeah. That's where a lot of the difficulty is in the character, utilizing staff after it's been placed in really weird positions. I really don't know how I'm going to cover that perfectly, but we'll try. Okay, so to get back into some of the staff mechanics, when she launches the staff, she can actually hold the button down. I don't remember offhand how many frames. I want to say it's like 160, something along those lines. But if you hold the staff button or the drive button down, she can delay the staff launch. This is really important for combos. This is important for neutral, pressure, things of that nature. It's really not that complex. You hold the button down. After a certain amount of time, it launches on its own. If you release the button, it'll launch. Just to give a really quick example of something you can do with this, say the staff was over here. You wanted to go in behind the staff, and you want to threaten the space. You want to threaten with like space coverage using the staff launch. You may want to opt to not launch the staff until you get closer to it, so that way you have more actual like body coverage. So instead of actually running up here before you launch it, you're not actually threatening that space yet, like actively threatening that space. You may opt to hold the button first, then move, and then release it later. This is just kind of something that can keep the opponent in check. So getting comfortable holding the drive button is going to be really important. That makes her a negative edge character. And a question that I get a lot since I play on pad is what kind of button layout should you use? So that way you can be more comfortable with holding the drive button down. If you're on pad, I heavily recommend setting one of your triggers or your bumpers to the drive button. Most people use R1. I do not. I'm weird. I learned how to play Crab Claw, which basically means I use multiple fingers on the face buttons. So like on a PlayStation controller, I use my index finger and my middle finger for square, triangle, and circle, and I use my thumb for X, and X is my drive button. I switch back and forth between holding the controller like regularly, so like having my index and my middle fingers on the triggers. When I have the staff equipped, I only use my thumb for the face buttons, and I use my index and middle fingers for the triggers, and then when I place the staff down, I switch my hands. That's just what I do. Some people may be comfortable with that, so it's worth experimenting with. But whatever button layout you use that feels comfortable, go with that. But as a recommendation, I would say use the trigger. It makes it a lot easier. And then, of course, if you're on arcade stick, you have a lot more options for buttons since you can use multiple fingers. Just use whatever is comfortable. I guess it is a lot of hand movement. Sometimes it messes me up. I've gotten used to it. I mainly learned how to play Crab Claw because I played Soul Calibur and Persona for so long. I always used Litchi Crab Claw though, so that's just kind of how it is. But yeah, get very comfortable with holding the drive button down because you're going to be doing it a lot. You have to get comfortable with negative edging and hitting multiple buttons at a time. Last thing about her staff mechanic. So, as I mentioned before, she is a mode change character. In this game, characters have Gatling tables, which basically means what normal attacks are able to cancel into other normal attacks. For the most part, BlazBlue has the ABC formula where light attacks string upwards into the medium and into the heavy attacks. However, a lot of the directional inputs, like 6 or forward, 6A, 6B, 4B, stuff like that, usually you can reverse Gatling, which means you can go from a stronger move back into a weaker move. Litchi has a very restricted Gatling table when she has the staff equipped, which basically means that she cannot reverse Gatling a lot of things when she has the staff on. So she can't do 5C into any buttons except for 3C and her drive buttons. When she has the staff equipped, she cannot do like 5B into 2A and things like that. Her table is very restricted. It's very straightforward. However, when she drops the staff down and she becomes the staffless, more rushdown oriented character, she has a much larger, longer Gatling table. She can do 5C into 2C, 2C into 5C, she can do 2B, 5B, 5B into 2A even, which is very good for stagger pressure. What can she do 3C into? 3C only cancels into the drive button. It is special cancelable and it is drive cancelable. That is it. And when she is staffless, same thing. It only cancels into staff launch and her specials. So, very important thing to know. The staffless normals and the staff on, or sorry, the normals, the staff on normals and the staff off normals, they count as separate moves in her Gatling table. So let me set him to block so I can show you this easily. I'm going to do 2C, or actually let's do it this way. No, let's do that, yeah. 2C, 5C. And I'm mashing 2C again. It does not work. She can only use 2C one time in this Gatling table. If she gets the staff back, like if she launches the staff and then the staff returns to her, it actually allows her to do the same normal twice, and that is because the staffed version of the normal counts as a separate move. And because she has the 5C into 2C Gatling, when she has the staff unequipped, that Gatling still exists when the staff is back on. But because the staff 2C is a new normal, it allows her to do multiple Gatlings again. Same thing happens with 2B, so she can do 2B, 5B, but she can't go back into 2B. If she gets the staff back, she can go back into it again. Yes, it is very important for staff conversions, for sure. It's really important with the vertical launch, especially because the 2D one, you know, it launches itself, so you kind of have to play around that. But the vertical one, when you're dealing with a standing opponent and you need to kind of chain into it, you want to do a better launcher than just going into Rekkas. So this is something you see a lot, like early on for players. They'll hit a staff launch and just kind of go into Rekkas like this. It's a much less potent conversion than being able to do something like this. Like this. Well, let me figure this out real quick. 10 years later, still can't do it properly. There we go. You can go into a much longer string and get into your actual launcher like that. It's very hard to react to in the middle of a match, but if you can, if you're being very cautious, very aware of your strings, the staff return timing and things like that, it allows you to do much stronger pressure. It allows you to get much better conversions. So it's something that you really need to get used to keeping track of. But it's important for mix-up, it's important for pressure, because it opens up new stagger windows, and it allows you to threaten with longer strings or target other defensive options. And then the last thing regarding her staff, I'll go over her OD really quick. Her OD is actually not as complex as it may seem. Let's set her health low. So essentially, this turns her into a puppet character. Not as intensive as like Carl, I would say it's more like Aurelius style puppet. Actually, I can turn OD. Let's make it infinite. Okay. When she goes into Overdrive, whether she has the staff equipped or not, she becomes unequipped, and she loses access to any special move that involves the staff. So like jumping to the staff, for example, the half circle back. Cannot do this move. She can only do her Rekkas and Gut Shot or Kanchan, the Puffball. That is all she has access to special-wise, and then she has her supers. When she's in Overdrive, pressing the D button, 5D, it will launch the staff in the direction of the opponent. It will track them. It's not like super great tracking. Let's have him do this. That's probably going to be easier. So you can see it kind of goes up a little more. Aside from pressing 5D to have it automatically go in the direction, if you hit any of the 8 cardinal directions which is, you know, 1 down back, 2 down, so on and so forth, it will launch the staff in that direction. Unlike in Chrono Phantasma, she can no longer hold the staff, so it has the same timing every time you launch it. But it does kind of like stick around in its current position, and then you can launch it from there. So you can see how it's kind of moving around the screen. After you let it sit for a little while, it'll come back to her, and then you can go through that process again. The thing that makes her OD really, really interesting, it removes the restriction on her Gatling table completely. Or I guess I shouldn't say completely, there's one exception. But what I mean by that is it allows her to Gatling any normal into any other normal, very akin to games like Under Night in Birth or a Melty Blood. So she can do 5C into 5A, she can do 6A into 5A, she can do 5C into 6A. This also opens up 3C into other normals. And the 2 restrictions that it has is she can only do each normal twice. So she could do that. Now she's locked out of being able to use 5B and 2C again, or 2B. So she has really, really long strings like this. The other exception is doing 6C, she can't Gatling out of 6C. If you do 6C, that's the end. She can still special cancel it, but she cannot Gatling cancel 6C into anything. It makes this really, really strong for offense, because obviously, as you can tell, she has a very unrestricted table, and being able to utilize the staff behind it, it allows you to do offense like this. You know, you can be very freeform with it. Yes, she becomes a Melty Blood character. She becomes a Melty Blood character with a puppet. That's pretty much the gist of it. Her offense gets very, very strong. Her mix-up gets very, very strong like this. The stagger pressure, the things that she can do. She can do really long ground chains, so let's just do one that looks kind of funny. That's not optimal, but that's just an example of something that she can do. That's pretty much all that her OD does. Of course, it powers up her supers, just like every other character. But I say it's not terribly complex, because the general idea of what you're going to do with it is pretty straightforward. You're just going to be doing a lot of Gatlings and using the staff to cover you. You don't really use it for neutral and stuff. It's not very worth it to pop Overdrive and then try and send the staff around, especially because you can't really shoot it up without committing to going in the air yourself or covering it with another move, so that way she doesn't jump. And can she cancel into Suzuku from normals? I assume by Suzuku you mean coat this move? No, she cannot cancel into this move. There is a hard-coded restriction on being able to use this move. You cannot special cancel into it ever. The only thing that she can do is TK. She can TK it and use it like that, because technically she's at neutral state in the air. I will show this really quick. This is getting off the OD, I'll go back to the OD, but very quickly, since I'm talking about this move, doing it quick times in succession, multiple times in succession, it will actually move the staff higher into the air because she can do it so quickly. This may look funny, kind of like it wouldn't be useful, but it actually is very, very useful for neutral. And you can see that because it's going to launch the staff from a much higher position. This changes the angle of the staff, the arc of the staff. This is especially useful when the staff is placed kind of back here, and you want to get the horizontal one to go higher. So like usually the horizontal one is going to go across the floor. You might want to poke with that up in the air. You can do this, and now it's going to go high. This used to have a name. It actually was a technique that people used to call the King Kote, I think. I think that it was probably most potent in like Continuum Shift 1, just because the horizontal set used to hit twice. Kind of a funny thing. It is situational, but it is useful. It is useful to be able to do that. Anyway, going back into her OD, yeah, pretty much the gist of it is just you're gonna treat it like she's a multi-blood character. You know, you can use the staff to cover you during offense. and reverse Gatling into jabs to lower your recovery, and do mix-ups like that. Let's put him to crouch block. Now say you're gonna do this. Well, let's have him actually block. Stuff like that. Really simple, really free form. There's no like perfect way to structure things like that. You know, you can just kind of go at it however you want. Who do I play in Milty? I play maids. I play Hisui Point maids. I don't really play Milty though. And if I, excuse me, if I was going to play actress again, I would probably play either Lynn, whichever one has like the little shards she puts out on the screen, or Archetype Earth, Hime. Yes, I am Uriwaz, which is just my PSN name. I don't go by Waz at all. That actually was never actually my name. That was my brother-in-law's account that I just got known for playing on all the time because I didn't have my own PlayStation. Anyway, the last thing I guess about her OD, just for like some quick confirms, all green, also called Ryuso in Japanese. It is 6428C, forward, back, down, up. Very awkward input. This is used mainly to kind of snipe people in neutral, but in OD, it becomes very good combo fodder. It deals a lot of damage. She can combo into EA off of it. She can do normal combos off of it as well. But this is like a really good way to just kind of lock out burst and get a lot of damage for a kill really quickly. She can do the same thing in the corner as a combo ender. Also, sorry, I'm still getting used to PC controls. And then she can go into EA after that. A lot of her OD usage and combos and stuff is actually better suited to just doing the super at the end. I wouldn't necessarily say she loses damage, it's just her OD does not like greatly increase her damage output. Most of the time, the OD combo structure is very, very basic. You're just going to do Rekkas into 6C loops. And then super at the end. I'll go more into OD combos later, but that's pretty much all you need to know combo-wise. Her OD is a lot more about the offense than it is anything else. Litchi is a character that actually gets very, very good use out of burst. Obviously, the general meta of the game, playing around OD, the benefits of OD, using it to gain active flow and having your burst back faster, all of that still applies to her. OD option selects, defensive OD tools like that are still things that she utilizes the same way any other character would. But she is a character that, because she has such strong neutral control and ways of taking turns back or maintaining the pace of the match or keeping momentum up after she's gained a hit, burst is actually something that she can afford to use pretty liberally compared to other characters. She has enough defensive tools of her own. They are situational, but she has enough strong kind of like defensive RPS tools that she can afford to not have OD on deck all the time. Yes, this is going to go onto YouTube. But that's pretty much it for her staff mechanics, really. There's not really anything else I can think. Well, I guess I should talk about this. Okay, so if she launches the staff and then she blocks or gets hit, it will cancel the staff launch. I'll just have Jen do 3C here. If she gets hit, the staff just drops back to the ground, does not come back to her. So again, you'll see here, oh, I accidentally killed myself, hang on. You see it falls back to her, then she can launch it again. If she blocks, however, it has a unique state. This is another kind of esoteric thing. It has a float state. We call this the float state because it does not drop, it actually just floats back to her very slowly. During this float state, she's still considered to be staffless, but the staff no longer has a hitbox. However, the staff can be launched from this state. So you can see here I'm just launching the staff multiple times over and over. I'll wait for it to get back closer, and still launch it again. She still has access to staffless specials during this, and the same thing applies from the Gatlings like I talked about earlier. If the staff comes back to her while it's floating, then she gets the Gatlings back, same as before. This is the only time that the staff goes into the float state. It only happens when she blocks, after the staff has been launched. It is a completely unique state. And she can actually do these moves. She can do Shinshin, and she can do Coat to drop the staff down. Itsu / straight through uses and combo ability. I'll talk about that in just a sec. Is converting off staff launch crucial? It feels like horizontal launch has like no untech time. It seems like picking up off of it would be tight. You need to be kind of close to it. It's not something that you can truly just throw and react to the fact that they got hit. It does not have that much untech. It does have enough untech that you can use it for combos though, to be sure. It is harder to do on normal hit, but on counter hit, the horizontal staff launch is actually untechable until they hit the floor. Makes it very, very easy to get confirms off of it that way. But yes, converting off random staff launches, it's very, very crucial. It's one of the most important things about the character. But that's pretty much it for the float state. Those cover all states of the staff. So in general, there's like 4. There's staff on, there's staff off, there's float state, and then there's like return state, I guess you could call them. A lot to factor, a lot to keep track of. That's going to be one of the most complex things about dealing with this character or learning this character, is being very situationally aware of screen positioning, of staff orientation, of staff launch direction, what state the staff is, you know, like where you are relative to the staff, things like that. There's not really any way I could tell you to practice that kind of thing, the awareness of that. It's something that will come as you play. Just if you're having trouble with a particular aspect of it, like maintaining or being aware of the launch direction, for example, just focus on that while you play. Target that specifically, that habit or that information, until you become more aware or can keep track of it more easily. To cover straight through really quickly, so she has 3 versions. There is half circle forward A, which goes up in the air. There's the B that goes forward, and then C that goes low. Holding the button down puts her into a stance that has auto guard, and it guards against highs and mids, but not lows and throws. She is also in counter hit state during this stance, so if she gets hit, it'll be a counter hit. So if she gets hit low, it's a counter hit, which means things like sweeps and stuff, they get a combo off of it, and she cannot tech the throw because it is counter hit throw. The utility of this move, it's pretty straightforward. You use it to absorb pokes and moves in neutral, projectiles if you don't want to get chipped, stuff like that. You can use it as a poke. Situationally, it can be used as an anti-air. When you hold the button down, you can hit the D button to cancel. That can be useful for, you know, some pressure stuff. It's good for a confirm off of 4B. But mostly, Itsu, you use the A version as an anti-air just because it's long-reaching. And the only other move that covers the angle of Itsu A is Rinchan B, and that requires you to throw the staff, so you may not want to be staffless. You might opt to use this move instead to kind of cover this space without actually committing to being staffless. The C version is a fatal. It's the one that you're going to use the most on the ground. One, because it's low, so you can try and catch them not, down backing in neutral. And also because you get a combo off of it. The B version is mostly combo fodder. Sometimes you can use it to kind of like poke at the end of a string. You can use it like this. When you're far away, launch them across the screen. Normally you would want to opt to just drop the staff off of a weird confirm like that. Like this. But like if you're stringing into stuff, like you're far away and they're blocking, you can poke with it like that, just to kind of push them out. And again, like I said, you can use it for like a stance cancel. It's not like the fastest stance cancel ever, so it's not like you're gonna be doing crazy Squiggly from Skullgirls style like stance cancel offense, but you can for sure use it for some tricky stuff every now and then. The A version is a staple combo tool in the corner. So her main B&B in the corner actually uses it like this. It adds a lot of damage. It can also be useful to push the opponent into the corner when they're far away. So a general thing about Litchi is that her staff normals, her staff specials, they deal more damage than the staffless ones. If you can fit more staff attacks into the combo, it will usually deal more damage. So something very useful about Itsu A in particular is that it has so much untech time and it has a wall bound in the corner. So it has a lot of untechable time when they hit the wall, and you can use that to kind of push them further while keeping the staff equipped, and then you can get better damage off of it than going straight into your standard kind of like Rinchan move like this. You'll get more damage that way. Spacing is super, super dependent. Staff 6C is her best move for getting damage in combos. It's very situational when you're actually allowed to use it. Normally it's only like on a counter hit or a crouch confirm. At a very specific spacing to the corner, she can get a 6C using Itsu A. Like that. So it has some use there. Again, that's a spacing dependent confirm, but if you can react to that spacing or be aware of that spacing, you can get a lot of damage off of that, especially off of throw. I think off of throw it increases her damage quite a lot. So you can use it that way. The C version, it is a low. It is a standing low, so you can use it in offense to kind of trick that. Can make it look like an overhead and go for the low. Again, these have auto guards, so they can also be very useful for baiting out counter assaults. Let's set him to... Let's do a counter assault. Okay. Okay, there we go. You can do that. And then again, it's a fatal, so you get like a whole combo off of it. It deals a lot of damage. You can also use that for reversals. You can hold it. You can purposely make a gap in your offense and hold that to make them kind of jerk on the reversal. Absorb it, and then you can get a reversal punish. And another big thing, you don't actually have to do the follow-up. If you bait something out, you can hold it and then cancel. And get an even better confirm off of stuff like that, especially on DPs. If you get it on a DP, you can cancel and then get like a 6C fatal off of it. So there's some neat applications with that, especially since you can use it for stance cancel offense. That has a gap. There's nothing that she can do stance cancel into that doesn't have a gap. So they may react to the stance starting up and may want to kind of twitch on the reversal during that gap, and you can choose to hold. You're running risk there, but the risk reward is something that you have to factor, because they could mash a low or they could just, reaction throw you, something like that. But because you can hold and release, it becomes more difficult for them to be able to mash out, especially since you have the auto guard. They may choose to, or they may be afraid to mash out. So that gives you kind of ways to condition to get better staff offense using the stance cancel and holding it to bait out reversals and punish reversals like that. The last thing about it, it's actually really good for getting people to twitch defensively for mix-up. So this is a very, very quick, what is the startup of the auto guard? Can you use it on defense? It's actually really slow. The auto guard is slow. It doesn't happen immediately. It's not really something you use for defense, not like while you're actually blocking. You can use it in a defensive way, especially in neutral. You can use it to kind of mount a sort of wall. It's especially good, let's say against Azrael, for example. You can kind of take a move like Gustav off the table where you can absorb it and then punish Gustav, so you don't have to play that like kind of post-Gustav RPS, you know, the mash RPS or anything like that. That is kind of like a preemptively defensive type way you can use it, but no, like you can't just use it while blocking and stuff like that. It's too slow. She does have a DP though, so that's really where you'll be using stuff like that. You will be using DP, and I forgot to mention this earlier, Litchi's, I think she's the only character in the game that has a double backdash. If you hit 7 after her initial backdash, she will do a second backdash. There is a gap between the invincibility. The second one does still have its own startup. It puts her airborne. She has foot invul and throw invul, because again, she's airborne. And she can actually do air actions off of it. So she can do buttons, she can air dash after it. She cannot double jump, but she can air dash, but only forward. She cannot air dash backwards. She can air dash forward, and then she can do buttons. This is actually useful for defense. Backdashing in BlazBlue depends on the character, depends on the situation. Sometimes backdash is really, really strong, but as a default, it's not as good as like a Guilty Gear type backdash. It's just not an option that's always on the table like that. Again, risk reward, RPS, this is something that she can do to get out of some situations. Against Valkenhayn, I'll say in particular. If he's not OSing that when he's in Wolf form, like if he's doing Wolf 5A and he's not OSing Wolf 5B behind his jabs, if you backdash the Wolf 5A and he does 5A or 5C, like if he's buffering that on his guard or his block string, he will whiff. He has to OS something that can catch the second backdash. So really, really good against a character like him on defense, because it's on him to try and to be aware or catch that backdash, to target that backdash specifically, which opens up the ability for you to do like mash and DP and stuff like that. So on defense, the double backdash is actually very useful. And in neutral, it can be useful. You can backdash a poke and then air dash back in, or just get like a really low air dash angle. You can use it to retreat, do stuff like this. But going back into Itsu, no, Itsu is not like a very strong defensive tool, but she has multiple reversals and other things that she can use on defense, so it's not so bad that you cannot use this. The last thing I was going to show with it, this is a very, very fast mix-up. The time between low and the overhead here, very, very quick, hard to react to. 2 standing moves. This is insanely plus on block on RC. I think it's like plus 20, something along those lines. On crouch block, it's ridiculous. It's extremely plus. So you can use this for offense as well. You can get a plus on block staff placement with this, like that. Can combo with counters though, I'm guessing. You mean like on counter hit she can combo with it? Yes. On counter hit, this is a fatal. And she can combo after it, and then on the air hit, it causes a wall bounce. The B version does not, though. The B version you cannot combo off of. Even in the corner. The B version is honestly like the least useful one. You don't see it a lot, like I said before. Kind of just use it to poke at the end of a string. Kind of threaten a little bit of space. It does have really good proration, so she can get extremely good damage with meter off of specific types of offense. So let's show this really quickly. So right there, 4.2k off of an overhead, 50 meter, but you still keep set play, you keep knockdown, much higher damage than she would get off of anything else, and it's a really safe confirm that she can do. So Litchi cannot cancel her overhead into other normals, only specials and only staff launch. So if the staff is already in play, the only thing you can actually react to is with specials. She doesn't get a special off this without meter. She doesn't get any meterless routes except for with Puffball. So you don't have to use the meter for it. It just deals really good damage. Something really good to do with meter off of that mix-up. But that's pretty much the only use for the B version of Itsu, the Itsu follow-up. As I said before, though, this is very, very plus. I think it's somewhere in the ballpark of like plus 20 or something like that. But something very useful for this is this actually becomes plus. This is plus 13, I think. And it's a really good way to get out offensive OD. And if I'm not mistaken, okay, so Overdrive in this game, when you cancel into Overdrive, it gets its timer cut in half. So that was 2 seconds. But if you do it from a neutral position, then it's 4. Or it's the full length. If they are in hit stun ever, then it's always cut in half, I think? Yeah, so this gives you the full timer. You're spending 50 meter on it, but you can keep them in block stun and get the full OD timer while still being plus. So this is actually a way that you can set up a plus on block OD or a true string into OD and get the full timer instead of the cut in half timer. She has multiple ways to do this though. She has mini projectiles, you can do it with this. Stuff like that. But it's just another one to put into the arsenal. That pretty much covers like her staff specials. That's all she's got. She's got Itsu, the stance, the guard point stance. There's nothing special to mention about her DP. How do you true string that? It's pretty much, this is just plus. This is just plus on block. So when you cancel like this, they're still in block stun. And it becomes a true string. Or a gapless string, I should say that. It's a gapless string. Anyway, there's nothing special to mention about her DP. It is a projectile, so it can clash with other projectiles. However, it's a very high projectile level, so usually it just beats them and goes through. It does have a hitbox slightly behind her. Let me switch characters to show this. It'll be a lot easier. Who's got an easy way to do this? Let's do Azrael. I don't think I'll be able to show this properly with this. Maybe with that. There you go. So it has like one hit of a backwards hitbox. Really, really specific, but it comes up every now and then. It comes up enough to be something to factor about her DP, is that it can't hit behind like that. Very, very important thing to note about it though, this cannot be rapid canceled. It's one of the only reversals and one of the only moves in the entire game that cannot be rapid canceled. So if you block her DP, it is a guaranteed punish every time. There is nothing she can do to make it safe. If you block it, she's getting punished. However, there is a very weird mechanic with her DP. So she has the launch of the DP where it goes in the air, and then the return hit where the staff comes off, or from off screen and comes down. The only way this is just a theory, I don't think it's ever actually been explored, so I don't know if we actually have a legitimate reason for why this happens, why this is the case. But when the DP is off screen, it actually despawns and respawns a new projectile. So what I mean by that is this upward portion counts as one part of a move. The projectile disappears, no longer exists, and then when the falling hit comes back down, it counts it as a new move, a brand new projectile. Why this is important is because if you punish Litchi's DP too quickly, so it would be easier to actually have Litchi be the dummy for this. There we go. If you punish her too quickly, you will punish her before the second part spawns, which means that the property where the hitbox gets removed because she's in hit stun is not being applied. So if you punish her too quickly, the move has not begun yet, the return hit does not exist yet. Even though she's in hit stun, the move is actually coming out afterwards, so normally while she's being punished, it would lose its hitbox because she's in hit stun. However, because it doesn't exist, it doesn't count the fact that she's in hit stun, so it can actually punish you on the falling hit. This only happens if you punish her too quickly. Most of the time you're going to want to punish her with something slower anyway, because you're going to get a much better confirm, like a 5B, like that. Not something that is really like that threatening. It's not something she can bank on, like, oh, I'm going to do this DP and then, you know, I'm going to be safe on the falling hit. You just want to make sure that you're punishing her with a small delay, or using a normal that is slow enough to get the punish, but you're going to cover that window. This is also a thing with bursts too. If you burst your DP too early, the falling portion, yes, that does happen. If you punish her DP, because in this game, burst beat moves with invulnerability. If you punish her DP in a combo with a burst or something, like you try to burst out of her combo when she does the beginning portion of her DP, then yes, the falling hit will spawn and you will get killed. This is very easy to show here, like that. So you have to burst this move properly. You absolutely have to burst this move properly. I have taken entire tournament sets with this because people do not know. I think it was World Serpent Championship, maybe? Or maybe it was a different tournament, I don't remember. There was one online event where I beat my player, I think, with this, because they burst and the move came down and killed them. That does make her DP really good as a combo ender for being burst safe, especially because she can space it out. If they burst too high, then they become punishable. You can burst the immediate startup before it actually comes out. You can see it here. It's a very small window though, but you can burst it before the move actually begins. But pretty much once the projectile hits you, you can't burst this move. Even if you wait until you get higher, it'll fall and hit you, or you'll be too high for the burst to connect, and then she can get a genuine punish off of it. So those are the things that are important to know about her DP. Can't burst it too quickly, can't punish it too quickly, she cannot RC it. And it has a small backwards hitbox. That's it for staff specials, though. That's all she's got. You know, the utility of this I talked about earlier, that's pretty straightforward. And then we went over to this and we went over her DP. That's basically it for staff specials. She doesn't have a lot. They're very good. Especially this. This is a very, very strong move for offense and for neutral. She can string this. You know, she can do this for offense. There is a gap, but it's just one of those types of things where you can kind of threaten them, keep them from wanting to press buttons. I'll go over her normals really quickly. So with the staff equipped, she doesn't really play neutral with a lot of buttons. A lot of them are actually not very good for neutral at all. Like 5C is not a good neutral move. 6C, not good for neutral. 6A, not a good neutral tool. 4D, 6D, these are not things that she uses in neutral. They have their own specific uses. But neutral mainly is going to be played with 5B, which is her main poke. This is like the bread and butter of stabilizing her neutral game. 6B. 6B has a larger hitbox up close where her foot is. So the foot has a hitbox and then the staff has an elevated hitbox. So you can actually crouch under this like you're seeing here. You can crouch under this at far distances, but she's close enough to hit you with the foot, then you can no longer crouch this move. This is a really good poke. This is good for catching jump startup, especially since it's air unblockable like all normals are in this game, unless you use barrier. This is a very strong poke. It is one of her best starters, has extremely good proration, and it leads to a lot of corner carry because she can actually cancel this into 6C, and on counter hit it combos into 6C. Does not combo naturally. Another important thing about 6B is that it is not jump cancelable on block. However, it is special cancelable on hit, so you can buffer specials because it's not special cancelable on block, and it'll only come out on hit. So you can very safely like buffer this into Itsu or like DP, and then whenever they choose to not block, or if they get hit by it, then it will option select and it will come out. The move will come out. Any tips for anti-airing with 4B? It's a pain sometimes getting crossed up and getting the accidental 6B. Yeah, that's really just kind of like focusing on your angles, being aware of their height. 4B is a decent anti-air. It has kind of... the invulnerability kicks in a little later than most anti-airs, so it isn't quite as potent as a reactionary anti-air, so much as preemptive. And because the hitbox is so vertical, there's a lot of times that she can whiff on it. Still a very good anti-air. But yeah, this is mostly about catching cross-ups, and you need to use it more preemptive than like reactive, because yeah, you'll get the 6B. And you can whiff it like that too. But this is good for catching people like kind of above your head. You know, like this. But there's not a whole lot to talk about with the 4B anti-air. I mean, it's pretty straightforward. Oh, you know, I actually totally forgot to go over another staff mechanic. It's just something I don't think about all the time. So there is yet another state that her staff can be put in. It does not have anything to do with the drive. This is the only one that has nothing to do with the drive, is not affected by the drive or staff launching at all. As you can see, just by her walking around, Litchi's staff is actually detached from her character. It is detached from her sprite. It is a separate entity. This actually has an effect on hitboxes and where the moves actually begin and like where the staff is hitting from. It only affects specific moves, but one that's really easy to see, so let's do 6B here. And I'll have to freeze it at the right time. Okay, so you can kind of see the staff is on her knee. The beginning of the staff is right dead smack in the middle of her knee. If you use this move while dashing, it actually gets moved backwards some, which means it has less range. You can see it now, it's kind of up towards her thigh a little more. That is because the staff is floating around behind her, slightly slower than she's moving. So it actually does have an effect on hitboxes. It does not affect 5B, it does affect 2C, and it affects 5C. 5C is actually affected quite a lot. So 5C can come up from that far. You can kind of see the orange behind her shoulder. If you use it while dashing a lot, you can see the black now. You can see the black behind her shoulder. So it's being pulled back more. 6A is one that's very, very potent with this. You can see it very clearly. So 6A, it's coming out very far. You can see how detached it is from her model here. If you use it while dashing, it gets extremely close to her. This has a very large effect on the hitbox because the hitbox is basically exactly what the visual on the staff is, and then it's on her hand. It's possible to pull it back so far that you can actually whiff this move because you're too close to the staff, and it does not have its full range. Likewise, there are moves where you can increase the range on it. So 2B, this is another move that is affected by her dash momentum. If you do 2B into 6A, the staff will actually come out from the tip of 2B instead of where Litchi's at. So you can see this is like super long. This is very long range. You can use this to change your offense up, get it at different ranges. Let's see, 4B is coming out way out here now. It's very important to know, it's very important to be aware of this fact, because it is possible to be too close. Like, you could do this. Let me see if I can get this properly. There you go. There's a dead zone if you do it like that. So you need to be aware of your spacing when you're doing things like 2B into 6A and what have you. 4B as well. This is a confirm, but it doesn't work if they get pushed too far away. They need to be right in the perfect zone for this. And then kind of a funny one, this is not useful at all, but you can walk the staff across the screen using 6A. So that is another mechanic to deal with the staff, to deal with her Gatlings and stuff like that. Anyway, going back to our normals, 5C pressure and combo fodder, not very useful. 2B is a good poke, it low profiles a lot of stuff. You don't really get any good routes off of this. You kind of have to commit really heavily to what you're canceling into, so you can combo off of it, but there's nothing that's very consistent. But a good poke has a lot of startup. This is a general thing about all of her staff normals. They are more disjointed, so they're a lot safer to poke with, but she still has her hurt boxes on her body. And because they are slower than the staffless versions, it does make them riskier to use in certain situations, because she's going to be extending her hurt box before the active frames begin on some of these moves, unlike the staffless version. So like 2B, for example, it has more startup, but the extension of the hurt box is still happening like she would be in staffless, where it's faster. So she can get counter poked with this. You need to be more cautious about where you're placing your moves when you're poking with staff on stuff, because you can be counter poked a little more easily. Litchi actually does not have a very strong mid-range game, despite the fact that she has 5B and some decent pokes right here. Because of that reason, a lot of her mid-range pokes are much slower and have hurt box extensions before the active frames that a lot of other characters can exploit. Characters like S, Izanami, Mai, Ragna, Jin, those are the type of characters that would have a big leg up on her in the mid-range game. So she's gonna either choose to be staffless in those matchups a lot, and kind of try and like bully her way in behind the staff and focus a lot more on the rushdown game, or you're gonna have to play a much more defensive long-range style poke game and not focus on the mid-range. There are plenty of matchups where the mid-range is somewhere that she can play very comfortably, but that varies a lot on matchup, and she's not a character that focuses as heavily on actually being in the mid-range. So even though she has tools to play the mid-range, that's not her most comfortable position. But again, with pokes, 5B standard poke, 2B low poke, 6B long range poke, 2C, this is not an actual anti-air, this is not something you use on reaction to anti-air with, it does not have head invul, but it is good at catching jump outs. It's good at catching chicken block, or in a neutral kind of setting like this, if you think they're going to try and up back and not really threaten with the button, you can kind of dash up and poke with this, and try and catch them that way. 4B, talked about it before, vertical anti-air. Head invul kicks in a little late, so you can be stuffed a lot. It is slower, but it has a very tall hitbox. It's skinny, so it'll whiff a lot on people in front of you, but it's really great at catching anti-airs, or catching people right above you as an anti-air. 3Cs is also a really, really good disjointed poke on counter hit. It has a hard knockdown. This is super strong in neutral. Very slow, but because of the range, you can safely throw this out a lot. And again, she crouches pretty low, so you can avoid a lot of stuff with this. Lastly, her jabs. Her jabs are actually really, really strong for a neutral. Her 5A is very tall. It does whiff on crouchers. I should mention this as well. She's one of the only characters in the game that cannot do 2A into 5A. She cannot Gatling 2A into 5A. She can do 5A into 2A, but she cannot do it backwards. So she does not get the Ragna Jin style 2A, 5A pressure, like 5A whiff into throw off of her staggers. This is not something you use in pressure a lot. She can fuzzy with this, Like if you get them to block something standing, like a jump in or like a staff launch, she can jail them, I should say. She can jail them into standing, so she gets more plus frames with this. Something to be aware of, but they need to be standing already. There are 3 characters this hits crouching, which are Hakumen, Relius, and Tager. So you can actually use that for offense on those 3 characters, but most of the time you're going to be using 2A. But 5A is actually a really good anti-air. Again, no hit invul, but for a jab, it's 6 frames, and it hits pretty high. So this is actually a very strong anti-air. Likewise, her 2A is a really, really good anti-air as well, because she goes so low. I don't think this is going to anti-air here. Yeah, let's do the staffless one. Let's try it like this. This would probably be better with like a Ragna JB. But you can anti-air with this situationally. You know, you can go under some normals, especially with, like, if you dash under them. You can use 2A like that because it's a low crouch. And then JA. JA is also like a really good air-to-air button. It is a jab that goes up, which also means it's good for like doing air-to-ground pressure. You can kind of like carry them to the floor while they're blocking with a move like that. JB is her standard air poke. It's her jump in, and it does have a cross-up hitbox. It hits behind. She does the split, does hit behind. And then JC is her air-to-air poke. This is not quite as great as what it used to be. It no longer wall bounces mid-screen, so it just kind of throws them across the screen. But when you get closer to the corner, it does wall bounce. You can get a combo off of it. So still a really good air-to-air, and it's good for kind of like getting people to respect the airspace. And then her most famous move, this is the move Japan calls Jump Win. They call this move Jump Win because it is so strong. This is one of her strongest neutral tools. This is a move that most characters have a really, really hard time dealing with. So this is JD. JD, she just jumps in the air, she throws the staff, puts it in a horizontal step. She does not get combos off of this. She doesn't get like offense or mix-up or anything like that. This is a purely neutral-based tool. The reason it is so difficult for people to deal with is because it alters her jump trajectory. It moves her backwards. It's fast. It covers a huge diagonal space on the screen. And then it plants the staff, and you can launch it. You can jump to it. It gives her lots of momentum options, mobility tools. You can use it like this, and air dash after it. This move is one of the most potent things that she has in her arsenal when she has a staff on. Very, very strong. Like she has one of the tallest super jumps in the entire game, so she can hit a very tall part of the screen. That just makes this move even better. But yeah, this is the move that Japan jokingly calls Jump Win because it's so strong. Going back into some of her other normals, I barely touched on these, but 5C, this is not a move that you use for neutral at all. It's slow, it doesn't really give you anything that's worthwhile. You don't get like really strong combos off of it unless you're close, which is counterintuitive because you'd want to use it as a poke. Not something that's very useful. This is mostly just for pressure and like hit confirms. Same thing with 6C. You can end a string with this. This is the highest attack level move that she has. I think this is the only attack she has that's attack level 4 or 5. I don't remember. It is her highest attack level though. Again, this is just for combos. You can drop it like this. Use it to set up pressure like that. Push them away. That's pretty much all that it's good for. And then 6D, this is a pressure move. This move is used for pressure and it's used for combos. She can cancel it. This is, I don't think it's plus, but it's like pretty even. This is plus though. The second hit of this is +3 on block. So you can use this to frame trap and set up pressure very safely. However, because it is +3, instant block in this game removes 3 frames of block stun. So if they do instant block the second hit, which is very easy because it has a canned animation. So if you block the first hit, you can always like block the second one with IB timing. It becomes 0. which means you're going to be playing jab RPS afterwards with other characters. So like if somebody has a 5-frame jab, she's always going to lose. Her fastest jab is 6 frames, which is 5A. 2A is usually what she's going to be playing with, because again, her 5A whiffs on crouchers, so if they choose 2A, she chooses 5A, she's going to lose even if she's faster. Which means she's playing the +0, or the neutral RPS, or the neutral on block RPS with 2A, which is 7 frames, so usually she's going to trade. Not so bad, but something to be aware of. If they instant block it, it's usually better to just back off or not press anything. But again, this is not really something to use for neutral, but that is the utility of 60 on block. And then 4D. 4D, very situational usage as a neutral tool because it low crushes. This is an overhead. This is her best overhead. It's 20... I think it's 23 frames. I would have to be... Somebody would have to check me on that. I don't think it's 21. I think it's 23, but maybe it's 24. I don't know. Somebody would have to check this loop for me. I don't know offhand. I know that it's very hard to block because the animation is weird. This is the move that kills everybody. This is the Galileo special. This is the move that wins Galileo tournaments every time. Very good overhead. It is punishable on block. It is not cancelable into anything. If you block this move up close, it is completely punishable on block. You don't even need to IB. She is minus. However, if she spaces it out, it can become safe because it has travel time, which means it can hit more meaty, and she becomes safe. You can see that here. She's very safe. This does make it more reactable as well, though, because she does have travel time, so it becomes less useful as an actual mix-up tool. Becomes better as a low crush. So I don't remember what frame it starts. I want to say it's like frame 6. 22. Okay, so 22 frame overhead. Thank you. It can go over lows. This also means it goes over throws. Litchi's 2B is not a great one to show this with because it low profiles. Let me do 3C. So there you go. Very risky to throw this out in neutral, but if it's a character that uses low pokes commonly to play neutral, because you can make yourself safe by spacing it out, it can be useful to kind of run up and throw this to go over lows, especially since you get combos off of it. But again, this is mostly just for overhead mix-up. Most of the time, when somebody's actually going to throw this out for mix-up, you're going to want to have 50 meter to RC it. One, because she actually gets fuzzy jumps off of this. She gets fuzzy overhead setups off of this. She gets fuzzies like that. And then you can use it to make yourself safe. So like you can use that to stagger and make frame traps. And then you can use it to fuzzy and mix up off of that as well. So it has a lot of utility. Again, not like the craziest neutral utility, but it does low crush, so you can still use it like this. And then the last staff normal that she has is J2D. As an actual dive kick, this move is not good. This is not something you're just like gonna run up and use as a dive kick like this. It's punishable on block if only the first hit connects. However, if the second hit connects, the little kick, that is plus. So this is a very good cross-up move. Still something you can use in neutral, top of the screen. You know, if you're like kind of playing this and you're throwing the staff and you think they're gonna run underneath you, then you can do the J2D. You know, say you're kind of doing this, you can do this number, they run under you, you get this type of thing off of it. You get combos off of it, you get very good combos off of it, you get mix up, you get pressure, offense, stuff like that. But using it actually like as a dive kick, you know, you're like a, let's say a Yun from Street Fighter type thing, it's not plus like that, and it does not hit overhead. Yet another thing, a misconception thing that people always think. It is not an overhead and then a low, it is just a low. It is a mid and then a low, so you can always crouch block this. But it is a useful tool. It is good for mix-up. It's very good to mix it up between JB, which is overhead, and then doing this, which is faster and it being a low. I posted something about this on Twitter not too long ago, but the second hit of Litchi's 5D, the vertical staff launch, in the corner, it actually vacuums. Or not just in the corner. It has a vacuum effect on the return hit always. Because here it pulls them. You can pull them out of the corner and then get a corner cross up like that. Very good. Very strong, very hard to react to. For neutral though, this is not like it's not a super strong neutral tool, but say you are at the, this side of the screen or something, and you don't feel comfortable being at the top of the screen, you can use this to quickly get down. That's pretty much all that you're going to use it for in neutral. So that pretty much covers everything with the staff equipped. Not a lot changes when she becomes staffless in terms of like what buttons she uses for neutral. The biggest one is that her JC changes. It's no longer the big air-to-air poke. It is a air-to-ground poke, and it is much larger air-to-ground than JB. You can use it a lot higher. So JB is still useful as a cross-up move, but you can see here you have to be very deep. JC can hit cross-up too, so usually when you go staffless, this becomes the air-to-air go-to instead of the JC, and this becomes the jump-in. This especially becomes the jump-in because she actually gets a reverse Gatling when she's staffless, where the JC Gatlings into JB, so you get a good jump-in like this. Like that. Let's see. Thank you so much for all the tips. I've been struggling to wrap my head around playing Litchi. I'll continue to watch the rest of your VOD. It's pretty late on this side. Yeah, no problem. I hope this is useful. I don't know if this has been talked about yet, but I'd be very interested in knowing what are your common easy go-to conversions out of a random staff hit. Yeah, okay. When I get to the combo section, I'll talk about stuff like that. That is something that's good to know because sometimes you're not going to want to always try and go for the optimal confirm. It's basically impossible to be 100% optimal in confirming off of staff hits. There's just too many variables to keep track of. But there are some very consistent ways that you can confirm off of it, where you sacrifice damage, but you at least get to your knockdown. So I'll go over those as well. Is X move into 6C 5D/2D a safe way to set the staff from a block string? Yes. So this is very important. When she is pressuring with the staff, when she has the staff on, and she's doing this type of offense where she's stringing into the staff set and then running up to you and kind of doing stuff again, this is something she has to do. I mean, even at high level, this is something you see. It is a very important part of her offense, but it's based entirely around conditioning because none of those are actually plus. They're all negative, they're all minus, they're all punishable. There's a gap. I shouldn't say all punishable. Some of them are actually punishable, like you can counter hit punish her for doing it because she can't block in time. Some of them are safe. But if she's pressing buttons afterwards, then she's working at negative frames. So she's going to get stuffed, or at the very least she's going to trade, except for 6C. 6C is actually plus. It's not plus enough to get a true block string, but it is plus enough to actually stuff out other moves. So if they're counter poking or they're mashing afterwards, 6C is the only normal that she can do into staff placement that is actually able to frame trap. Everything else either is going to be even or negative. But she can cover that. I mean, this is still useful to do, even though you're working at negative frames. This is the kind of thing where she has the ability to frame trap so well and do things like the stance cancel and use 6D and RC stuff to put the staff down. You know, conditioning them to not want to mash opens up the ability for you to start placing the staff. Staff recall. Staff recall is actually cancelable after a certain number of frames into other actions. It's cancelable into any action in the game, including jump and barrier. You're actually canceling the recovery, because if you just let it recover fully, it has more recovery, but again, it's cancelable into literally anything, so that includes block. So technically, even though it does have a set amount of recovery frames, they are cancelable recovery frames. That makes it a lot stronger for offense than staff placement, because you can actually frame trap with it very easily. Going back into finishing off her neutral tools, though, when she's staffless and her normals, you're still poking with all the same moves. 5B is still your poke for like the closer mid-range. 2B is something you use a little bit more because it's faster and it has more range than 2B, and you get much better confirms than when you're staffless because you can do things like this. 5C is a decent poke here. It is her only disjointed normal when she has the staff unequipped, so sometimes you might want to poke with this just for that hair, that like fraction of a hitbox that she has that's disjointed. But for the most part, yeah, you're still using the same normals. You're using JC to jump in, B and JA to anti-air. Her jabs are the same. There is no difference in her jabs, I should mention that. Her jabs are the only moves that have no differences whatsoever between both modes. Whether that be proration, startup, frame advantage, anything like that. Every other move that she has, every single normal, they all have different proration, they have different damage, they have different startup, everything is changed. They have different hitboxes, all of it is different except for the jabs. But something that she supplements her neutral with, so I talked before, this is also a really good anti-air. Anti-airing is something people have a lot of trouble with as Litchi, because she does not have a go-to, like this beats everything kind of anti-air, like a Ragna 6A or like a Rachel 6A. You're going to have to try and cycle your options depending on the situation. But she has tons of ways to anti-air. Like I said, she's got JA air to air, she's got JB air to air. This can actually catch people in some jump angles. 5B, she's got 2C to catch jump outs or preemptive jumps, 4B. And then she has Renchan B. This is an extremely good anti-air. Totally disjointed, and as I mentioned before, it has a ton of untech time. Full combos and conversions off of it. Very good anti-air. When the staff is unequipped, regular vertical staff launch is going to serve the exact same purpose. This is going to become her go-to anti-air for situations where she doesn't want to use normals. If you want a very non-committal anti-air, it's very fast. And that's what you're going to be using. We're using 5D vertical launch in place of Renchan for that same angle coverage. And then 2D, I talked about it a little bit before. Horizontal, very fast. This is like a ground poke. Use this for just basic zoning. I call Litchi a hybrid zoner rushdown character because she can very reliably play a pseudo zoning game back here, just throwing the staff, just because of the sheer speed of staff launch and the angle coverage that she has. Moving around, so when the staff is returning to her, it tracks her positioning. You can actually alter the angles that the hitboxes move in, like the staff launch move. Hitbox actually goes in. So you can see this here, it's kind of coming back, it's going across the floor. If I super jump in the air, it's going to cover that airspace now. So she can zone like this by moving herself around, placing herself in different positions to cover different angles. This does make her very competent at controlling space and just being a regular zoning type character. The threat of the zoning is not so much that they are stuck on the other side of the screen having to block a lot of like projectile offense, like say Rachel or the Murakuma units, but the fact that she can quickly turn these zoning situations into offense and pressure and closing that gap. But she doesn't have to. She can choose to stay back and play very passively and continue to control this space with these types of neutral tools. So that's why I personally would call her a hybrid zoner rushdown character, just because she focuses a lot on the space control. It's not so much like being a barrage of projectiles like you would normally think about a zoner being, but if you were to consider, I don't know, a character like Nine or a character like Amane to be a type of zoner, a space control zoner, somebody like Dalsum even, she has that kind of vibe to her. She's focusing a lot on actually like blocking off areas of the screen and then capitalizing on that space control. So that's something that you can kind of build your game around. You don't have to always be trying to go in. You can kind of focus on that space control a little bit. And I'm getting tired of this stage and this song, so let's change this up a little bit before we go into some of the other stuff.
Litchi, Fei-Ling, Jin, Isarag.
Okay, so I think we've pretty much covered most of neutral, like her general mechanics. Somebody did ask me before, am I going to talk about the use for Litchi B and C? So Litchi B, same thing as staff launch. Is it a mod or from the gallery, the audio? It is a mod. I have the Calamity trigger music as a mod, so it's the character select screen, the versus screen, the main menu, the announcer. Is all from Calamity Trigger as a mod. So anyway, Litchi B serves a very similar purpose to Ren-chan here. You know, you're just kind of like it is a non-committal way to kind of throw the staff across the screen and reposition it without actually having to launch the staff. So Litchi B is really good for this because, one, she can use it for her own mobility because she's going to be jumping to the staff. She can use that to reposition. So say the staff is like way back here and you very quickly want to reposition yourself backwards. Instead of just air dashing this way, you can kind of do this, cover a different angle. It's a lot faster than just air dashing. Of course, she's vulnerable the entire time, but this is still a way that she can get back here. It's especially nice because then she threatens that space. She's retreating and then using something to cover that space to keep them from being able to follow her. And then again, it moves the staff, so that just creates new angles and new positions for the staff for her to be able to throw and kind of play neutral with. I'm gonna be totally honest, the C version is basically useless. There's like very, very specific places you might want to use the C one to kind of get in there, especially because she does maintain her air options afterwards, but it's completely vulnerable. She's not controlling that space, and it takes a long time before she's able to act out of it safely. Not something you see. You almost never see this being used in like neutral. It's not very good for mix-up or offense or for like set play or anything. I'm gonna say, if you're a new player, there's basically no reason you should ever be using this. It's probably just gonna get you killed a lot. I would go as far to say that this is probably the only move she has in her entire kit that's actually bad and serves no real purpose. Again, you can use it to reposition and stuff, but it's just not very useful. The only other move that I would call like genuinely just like not very useful at all is this. It just doesn't have much purpose. The other ones do. This is actually decent at being like a retreating anti-air in a way, and getting fuzzies off of it because it's much faster than the C one. And then this is like good for combo fodder, blah blah blah. But the only thing that she's really going to be using the stance for, like these staff jumps, she's going to be using the B version. This is the only one she uses for like neutral and stuff. You can use the C one, or I mean the A one, like this, because she can actually drop off the staff. So if you wanted to do basically what the C version's doing, you can basically achieve that much more safely by using the A one and then immediately canceling it. Like this. So what I'm doing here is I'm jumping to the staff with the A version and then hitting down to cancel this the property. You can use this to move around. Like that. You can use this to reposition yourself. Like that. This is something that a lot of people don't use. It is very situational, but if we're just talking about like raw mobility tools and ability to like safely retreat, you can definitely use it that way. So that's pretty much it for the utility of like the staff jumps. Other moves that she has when staffless is she has her Rekkas. So this is 236A, it hits low. Very fast. This is her go-to offensive low. The reason this is used more than 2B for offense is because it's faster. It's faster, it has better proration, and she gets better confirms off of it. And because it's a special, she can use it where she's not able to use 2B as a Gatling. So like if you were to get a 5C here, you cannot Gatling into a 2B low. You could do 3C, which is still fine as well. But because of the special cancel window being so large, you can use this to fake out Like if you wanted to do 5B into 6A as a mix-up, and then 5B into Haku, you can use that as a delayed low. So very, very strong. Very strong as an actual low. It is minus on block. If you IB it, it's punishable. But you would only really be using this as your low when you have staff coverage. Otherwise, you're going to be using 2B alive. Hatsu, this move does not really serve anything but combo purposes. Situationally, she can use this as her quick get up normal. I think the grounded version is 8 frames. The air version, though, is 5 frames. This is the fastest move that she has in her entire kit. The air version of Hatsu is 5 frames. So this can actually be useful as an air to air. You are taking a very large risk because it's recovery until she hits the floor if you whiff. But it is large, and again, 5 frames, so you can use this as an anti-air sometimes. Decent if you have meter as well. You can use it for offense like that. You can use that to keep yourself low, so she can actually fuzzy off of this as well. Like that. That's actually a fuzzy overhead setup. Which is actually something I found very recently. Consistent ways to fuzzy with her. And then the last of her Rekkas is Chun. This move can go over lows just because she's airborne, but it is not actually a low crushing property. It does not have foot invulnerability. She is airborne, and so her hitbox is retracting, so she can beat lows like that, but this you're not really going to use that way. Not like how I showed before with 4D, because it's actually much more consistent at crushing lows. This one is not. Startup is higher. It's very unsafe. You can frame trap with the Rekkas. Like this. You can use that to frame trap, but again, you're going to need staff coverage to make it safe, or a meter to cancel it to make it safe as well. It does hit overhead though. She doesn't get combos off of it unless she's in the corner or they're high. So this is another move that mostly is for combo purposes, but you can use it for tricky double overhead setups like this. You can do stuff like that. But Rekkas, mostly, they're for combo stuff. Again, when you have meter, you get decent offense with them, or you have staff coverage, you get offense with them. But in terms of actual neutral, these are basically not things that she uses for neutral tools. There are a few things to note about the combo properties of her Rekkas. Somebody asked me this before, why there's timing differences when you do the full Rekka chain. The final third hit of her Rekka, it doesn't matter what order you do it in, it has extended hit stop. So here you see how long the screen freeze is, the character freeze is. If I were to do this, it freezes for a much longer period of time. You can see it here as well. She cannot combo after that. This is not working. It has extended hit stop. It has extended hit freeze, more hit stun. This is also happening because they're higher. I mean, she can actually set this up other ways with Haku. She could do this. That works as well. But it does apply extra hit stop. Extra hit stun. So again, any order that she goes in, it's going to apply this. The last thing to note about them is the air versions of Hatsu and Chun, they are separate. I've seen routes that hit 236A mid-screen. How do they work? Or will you go there during the combo section stream? I can cover that very quickly. It's exactly what I just showed. You're gonna do this particular Rekka string. It's BCA, and that lets you combo after it. Otherwise, she's gonna use it like this. She's gonna start like Haku, and then do the Rekka chain. Anyway, the air versions and the ground versions of Hatsu and Chun, so this is the ground one, and then this is the air one. They count as different moves for same move proration. Do I need to MD after the 236A? I never seem to get yes. It does depend on character hitbox or like your momentum. If you have dashing momentum, you don't always have to micro dash. But yes, usually you're going to have to micro dash into the 5B afterwards. See, like right here, Jen has a wide enough hitbox that I don't have to micro dash. But normally you're going to micro dash to stabilize the rest of the route. I will say this now before getting into combo section. Litchi micro dashes a lot. She has to micro dash in a majority of her combo routes. She especially has to micro dash to get specific types of hit confirms with the staff launch. Anyway, it's important that these moves have different proration because that's going to affect your combo routing a lot. But it is good to know. It is good to know that these have different proration values and they have different SMP values. The last thing, her final specials when she's staffless. I talked about this earlier. You use this in neutral to reposition the staff, the orientation, things like that. This move is really good in neutral. One, because it covers a very large space, but it does not go away when she gets hit. You can use this when people like to poke, because it will actually hit them. Sometimes you can trade. Let's do it like this. You can trade and then get a whole combo after it. Is Ipatsu being Air Hatsu considered by different moves? Yes, I should have mentioned that as well. Yes, these are considered their own moves as well. So they are separate from the rest of the proration. Also, these are called Ipatsu B and Ipatsu C. You may see sometimes people call these moves tanky. They call them tanky Hatsu. I think that's how you pronounce that. I'm very sorry if my pronunciation of these moves is bad, by the way. Tanky Hatsu and Tanky Chun. Sometimes people call it that. I'm also going to mention to anybody wanting to pick her up, you're going to have to get very used to people not using move inputs for this character and using lots of Japanese move names. Really, the reason this happened was because many years ago in earlier versions of this game, this character had lots of overlapping inputs, and it was very hard to denote which moves specifically you were trying to talk about. She also had extremely long combos and lots of large inputs, so her combo, like writing out the notation for her combo, was very long. So people started abbreviating and using Japanese names as the shorthand, and it stuck around all these years. So I don't know if Dustloop has it or not, like a translation guide for which move is which, but definitely get well acquainted with the Japanese names because that's what most people are going to be using. But anyway, yes, those do count as separate moves, as well as like this would be separate from like J2D. Because it's technically a separate move as well. Anyway, going back to this, this is a very useful neutral tool. It's actually good for pressure and stuff as well, you know, again, because it trades. If you can get this out, even if they mash on you, you can potentially get a punish on this. Like, let's try and get Jin to do this. Say you were pressuring Jin, and then you went for this, and he DP'd you. You can still get something like that. I cannot believe that just whiffed, actually. Has the JP terms of parentheses. Okay, that's good. Anyway, so you can use this, you know, for pressure and stuff like that. It hides the opponent character. She's always in front, I think. I think she's always going to be in front of this. There might be a way to get her to show up behind it, but usually she's going to be in the forefront. Yeah, so she always is going to be on the front of this. But it's still good for like obstructing mix-up, making it hard to see. There's not many legitimate setups that go into this anymore. Probably the most common one is this. That's the most common way that she sets this up. But you usually just use it for neutral. One, it covers all that space, as I mentioned before, and it also gets her the staff back, just kind of in a different way. Just different utility of staff launch. It covers space for a longer period of time, especially the vertical one. You can launch or cover this airspace for a very long time, and it's very easy to confirm off of. And then finally, she has this, Kanchan, or Gut Shot. This move has body property invulnerability, So that is different from being invulnerable to mids. So this is a distinction that very much needs to be made. There is a portion of her body that has the invulnerability, but that does not mean it beats all mid-hitting attacks. So I think it beats Gen 5C. Yeah, so you can see right here, it goes through. So this is very, very strong at counter poking, especially because on counter hit, it wall bounces and she gets a combo off of it. And when you have the staff launch coming back as well, you can do it and get a confirm. That's not the best example. That's better. But what I mean by it does not beat all moves that hit mid. If a move hits low enough on her body, like say a mid-hitting move that hits low to the ground, like Jin's 2A, it is not going to beat the 2A. Because the move is not actually hitting body. It is not body property, it's foot property. So the invulnerability on it does not mean it beats all mid attacks, it just beats moves that have body property. You can hold this down and she'll go across the entire screen with it, or just about the entire screen. And when holding the button down, if she crosses through the opponent, if she hits or collides with the opponent's hurt box, she'll cross up. Very situational usage in neutral. It still has the invul. I think there's a period of time where she loses the invulnerability, but it is retained. It is retained, and I think like during the actual cross-through portion is where she loses it, and then it returns before the move actually hits. But it is useful at counter poking. It's useful for going through moves like that. Again, I will use Azrael as an example. Gustav, it can counter poke that. Very, very strong. I think it also goes through Mai's like spear thrusts and things like that. This move, again, it's mostly combo stuff, but she can use it to cross up in the corner because it corner steals. This is a very, very strong mix-up. Because you're using the staff here as coverage, one, it combos into the cross-through, but depending on the timing that you launch and release the staff launch itself, you can actually choose whether you want it to hit left or right. I need to go soon, but thank you so much for doing this. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of the day. I hope this has been useful. I know it's been unscripted, so it's not like super pinpointed or focused. I just kind of wanted to get this out here just so people had some kind of resource for it. And I'll do more structured, actual like written guides and more video guides that are scripted and more pinpointed later. No, do not give Gustav full invul. Thank you very much. I like having a good matchup against Azrael. I don't want to deal with Azrael in a bad matchup. No, thank you. Anyway, so yeah, this is like a really, really good mix-up. Like I said, the staff launch is what's actually mixing up here, not the cross-up itself. Like, this hitting backwards, or hitting as the cross-through, is not where the mix-up is. It is the staff launch. So here, that hits same side. This is same side. That was cross-up. That's how ambiguous it is. You can make it... there is literally no... like visual indicator for which side that's hitting on. It is a genuine 50-50. And because it actually has the cross, it is possible for this move to cross up inputs, like cross up reversal inputs in the corner. And again, it does retain part of the mid invul, so it can make some reversals with. I think, I'm not 100% on this, I might be misremembering, like S, for example. If you do that to S and she does her DP, it'll hit backwards, and it'll force her into doing all of the follow-ups. And you can actually punish her even though you're getting hit. But yeah, it's a very, very strong move, both in neutral and for offense. And then again, useful for combos, adds a lot of damage to corner combos. This is something that was added in Central Fiction 2, or 2.0, I should say, This move used to be slower, so she wasn't able to use it in combos like she can now, like being able to do this. This did not exist before. This is extremely good. Does it make counters whiff? Which counters in particular? If you mean counter assault, it depends on the hitbox. Again, because it's only a specific portion of her body that has the invulnerability, so if the hitbox hits low enough, it'll go through. Haku drives. I think that depends on property, but I think Hakumen drives catch. I've never like specifically tested that, but it might. But that was a property they added in CF2, making it faster so she can combo with it like this, and adding the corner steal. It didn't have the corner steal until CF2 as well. I think they do catch her. Yeah, I feel like they do, just because they're like, they have a unique property of being able to catch. Or like they're like full body or whatever, you know? Like they just grab the entire hitbox. Like they don't have a specific mid, high, low property. They just have like catch property or whatever. But I don't know, I might be wrong. Anyway, is that all of her moves? I'm trying to think. This character has a huge move list. I guess I should mention her Rekkas. She can cancel her Rekkas into the staff jumps. This is very, very important for combos. That's like the bread and butter. This is part of her main combo structure, is doing these two Rekkas, the A and the B Rekka, into staff jump. Very, very important. I suppose I haven't been over her supers. So, all green, Ryuso. Input is hard. 6428. I mentioned before you kind of use this to snipe and stuff, and that's useful for OD combos. Does she have any partially invul frames? If you mean like any moves that have like some specific invul, yeah, she has a couple of moves where they have specific invul properties. As I mentioned before, 4D has foot property invul. This move has body property invul. 4B has head invul. This is not an invul thing. I cannot show this to you consistently. It takes me like literally hundreds of tries to get this every time. During Litchi's run, let's see if I can get this frame right here. This frame, you can see it very clearly. Her feet are off the ground. She's still considered grounded, but her hurt box actually does retract here, and moves that literally only hit the floor, she can actually go over. So a very specific example of this is Platinum's hammer that causes the quake that literally only hits the floor. She can actually run over top of it, but it is only one frame of her run cycle animation, so not something that you could do consistently, but does exist, something very funny. It is just a funny hurt box hitbox interaction, but again, not actually involved, doesn't affect her properties or anything. Yes, I actually discovered that in a match. I discovered that in an actual match against a Platinum player that I was playing a long set with, and I ran over the hammer, and I was like, what just happened? And I discovered that. Jen, I don't know if Gen Astral, if it does go over that or not. I've never tried, but I'm sure it probably would if that's the case, if it has that property. I think there's a couple of lows in this game she can go under, or she can go over with it. If I'm not mistaken, I think she can actually run over top of her own 2B. It's a 3-frame long window. Okay, yeah. Anyway, cute little thing. Not anything like you can bank on. Not something that ever really comes up practically, but it is funny. Anyway, okay, yeah, so I could go over her trust trigger and go over her supers. Let me finish talking about the supers. So again, I mentioned this super is useful for damage and combos. This is usually used at the end of combos. You can use it at the start. It's just you get more use out of it for the high minimum damage at the end. You see something like this a lot in OD. not that. Let's do this. This is something she can do in OD to get a lot of damage with that super. It does have a very few frames of invul, I think, in this version. I honestly don't remember the frame data on that move. They change it every single game. The screen freeze, the startup, the invul, I don't know what it is in CF. I know it trades, it doesn't have a lot of invul, that's for sure. It doesn't matter if she trades though, it's still decent on trade because it has so much hit stun, or so much untechable time I should say. It's very hard to use this way because of the input. Again, it is forward, back, down, up, 6, 4, 2, 8. Doing it while dashing is really strong and neutral. I still can't do it consistently just because the input is so hard. There are shortcuts that you can do. Like I think you can do 6 and then like a half moon, like 4 and then roll all the way up to 8. Like that. 1 through 7 all invul, okay, yeah. So still decent enough to go through some moves in neutral. But getting this from a dash, very good because of the screen freeze, because of the startup. Again, I can't do this consistently. You really don't see it used a lot like this. But you can kind of dash in and get punches. The cheat box, yeah, or just play on hitbox. Yes, exactly. But we can show an example like this. Say you're waiting, somebody does something like that, you can get a punish very quickly. Actually, this is a really easy way to show this. Show me this. There we go. Using it like that is very strong. You can use this to get out of gaps, to get through pressure, stuff like that from mid-range. It's actually really good against 9. You can use that to get through Kunzite from like pokes. Like say she's doing like 2C into Kunzite from like from a far range or something like that. It's got that kind of utility to it. It is hard to do just quickly on reaction because of the hitbox or the input, but useful on trade, useful for these types of situations. And I'm going to switch off of Nu. She has an annoying hitbox or hurtbox. Let's go back to Jin, who's nice and consistent. So she has that super, and then she has all terminals, or Chin Roto, which is Tyrant Rave C, half circle back forward C. This move is mostly used for damage. This is like her combo ender super when she has the staff on, or like after you do OD combos, that's going to be the super you use. As I showed before, you can do all green into that. This is the OD version, has very high minimum damage. It's her highest minimum damage super. Also functions as a reversal. It is punishable on block, but if they jump over it, it's very awkward to punish because it does have fairly low recovery for a reversal super. Let me set him to block. It's not like terribly unsafe. It's still punishable, just not terribly unsafe. Sometimes you see people like kind of, you're wanting to do a reversal and you do it and it's weird and they like jump and you weren't really reacting to what they were doing. That could be kind of hard for them to punish in a situation like that. If they don't have a move that hits backwards, Karna Sixer's hitbox on a hitbox. Yeah, I don't think I could do hitbox rounds with too much of keyboard. I find those very awkward. Anyway, this could just be hard for some characters to punish. They have to move weirdly. Most of the time they don't have time to land and punish like that, so every now and then you'll see that come up. You can kind of, not really a get out of jail free card, it's just you just don't get punished. You will see very funny situations like this sometimes, where she does this and whiffs and turns around and does it again, or like another reversal or something goofy. It's not real, it's just something that happens. She can do this when staffless as well. It has a different animation than the one on the staff. And when she has the staff equipped, she has 2 versions. You have one that deals more damage, where she does the entire animation with the staff and she keeps the staff on. And then she has one where if you hold the D button down, The animation changes slightly. She drops the staff. Actually, it does deal the same damage. The more you know. And it drops the staff in a horizontal set. This is basically just so you get better Oki, if you want to do that. Or if you just feel like you want to have the staff off and you don't care about having the staff on after the super. She does not have that option when she's staffless. Like, she does not have one that calls the staff back to her. So it always is going to be doing this version. But it is a reversal. It's a reversal super. Very good reversal super. Just another thing that she can do to get people off of her. And then I talked about these earlier, but she has the staff Stickman super, the kind of training dummy super, cigarette man, whatever you want to call him, Gumby. The 2D horizontal set version is a set play super. It does 13 hits, and you can kind of mix up behind that. Unlike Shin Shin, Litchi is behind the staff for this, so she's basically invisible. Very hard to see what she's doing. What's Litchi set play like if you haven't crossed it already? Yeah, there's more to her set play as well. This is just a metered option. Something really important to note about this super. Most of Litchi's combo routes, the high damage ones, the consistent BNBs that she uses, end with the staff in vertical set, or they have the staff in vertical set throughout the combo. A lot of her combo routing is going to end in Tsubame, which is a vertical ender, so you don't get that super afterwards. You have to completely change your routing entirely to set up for that set play super. So you need to know beforehand whether or not you actually want to go for that set play, or if you want to go for damage in your standard knockdown and set play with that. Sometimes she has really awkward confirms, and you can kind of just make use of the super utility because you didn't get a good combo. Say the staff was like, you know, a 2D set and you just didn't combo properly, or you weren't really managing your combo properly until you got to the knockdown. You can kind of just say, okay, staff is 2D set, knockdown, I'm just going to go for this super and make up my lack of damage from the combo or my routing with having good offense. But she does have plenty of enders that or routes that set up for this. This is the basic ender that you see to go into that super. That's the one that you're going to see most of the time. It beats rolls. I don't think it beats forward roll. You have to react to that, but very safe ender to set that set play up. And she can do it because it doesn't go away when she gets hit. You can kind of just do this as well. This is mashable. You can mash out of this to get to hit her or something. You have like an animation super, like she does, the Chinroto. You can use that to get through the entire super. But because it trades, usually it's very risky to try and to mash out of that. Yes, simply, yeah, you can do stuff like that. There's multiple ways she can set that super up as well. Like, she can do this. Let me see if I can get this properly. She can use this to get the super as well and space her out to be safe. There's a few different types of enders and routes that she can do to get into that super for set play. And that would be the setup that you're talking about. So, very good super. Will this be available as a VOD? Yes. I will have it as a VOD, and I will be uploading it to YouTube. Again, this was totally unscripted, and I'm interacting with the chat, so it's going to be kind of like not very structured. It's going to be jumping around a lot on the VOD. But this is just as a temporary resource, because I want to put something out more structured later. The fact that it's a projectile is still weird to me. Yes, it is projectile. That is actually something very important to note about it, because projectile reversals will lose to it. It'll clash with other projectile reversals and stuff like that. And like if a Hakumen were to try and counter it, like with Yukikaze or Jinyu's Yukikaze and stuff, she can actually escape. She can get away with it and stuff. So. And then the vertical version, as I talked about before, it is a reversal. It is the damage super. She can combo after it. It is very good. I cannot overstate how strong this is as an actual reversal. The invulnerability frames wear off really quickly, so most of the time she's going to trade with it, but it doesn't really matter because she can still get the combo. It leads to a massive amount of damage on hit, especially on counter hit. I cannot believe the staff went the wrong direction there. That is hilarious. Let's try this again. Okay, that's what we want. 4.8k. I'm pretty sure she can get 5k from this with the proper route. On a scale of 1 to you can't... How difficult would it be to sub Litchi for specific matchups? Here's the thing. I think Litchi is one of the most difficult characters in this game. I don't just say that because I play her, but because in Central Fiction specifically, the way that they changed the staff mechanic makes her much more intensive to maintain because of the amount of situational knowledge that is required to play her competently at a higher level. It's the type of thing that you just have to get a lot of match experience in to be able to maintain well, to have good awareness of. I think that makes her very hard to sub, but in terms of her overall like difficulty in terms of like execution or like how hard is her overall game plan, I don't think she's actually that difficult. So I think if you were at least willing to play her on a consistent basis enough to become comfortable, you could still use her for specific matchups. I just think that you would have to still dedicate time to her. Like, you couldn't just keep her on the back burner, like learn her quickly and then not maintain play with her. I guess in that way I would say you can't really sub her, but you could dual main her if you want to say it that way. Who does she struggle against? Eston Iza. Yeah, so I think she only has 3 matchups that she actually loses. And by lose, I mean it's like, if you're going to put a number on it, it's like 5.5 in their favor, because I don't think she really loses any matchup super badly. Izanami is the absolute worst matchup for her. And S and Mai are other losing matchups. And they all really kind of beat her for the same reasons. It's all very similar reasons. Yes, she loses S matchup. Yes, she does lose the S matchup. Japan actually considers S to be the best character at fighting Litchi. They think that she loses that matchup worse than... they think that she loses to S worse than she loses to Izanami. SMI losing rules out Litchi anyway, sadly. Yeah. Those matchups are very hard for her. Kune said it is difficult. What about Aurelius? She goes even with Aurelius. S and Mai are problem for Izanami. Yeah, I just feel like S and Mai are kind of just like the counter meta characters. I think at this point in like CF's lifespan, most people would probably agree that S and Mai just have kits that work really well against the top tiers in this game, most of the S tiers, and it's for very similar reasons. I think it just has a lot to do with the way they structure their game plan and like what they deal with. What about Susanoo? Litchi absolutely decimates Susanoo. But I'll talk about some matchup stuff a little bit later. Are there any good visual cues for when to release after in the air Hatsuchin part of the B&B? There's not really a visual indicator for that, so much as like a feeling. But something that you should keep track of is screen positioning. Screen positioning is what determines that more than like hit stun or like height, character height. Character height does play into it a little bit, but the timing for releasing it depends on where you are on the screen. But I will branch into combos very quickly after this, because I actually don't have a lot left to talk about her overall move list, and we can start talking about like combo stuff. So supers. Again, this is just a really good reversal super. This is where I was before I branched off really quickly. Even if you trade, like you saw me trade with the Gen 6C before here, she can still tech and get like a whole combo after this on counter hit. Really, really good, especially because she can have it spaced away from them and it will still kind of track their position a little bit, like turn around and hit them. So even if she trades, she gets a lot of utility out of this. One of the main reasons why this is so good is because it's plus. It is plus on block. This is a plus on block reversal super that she gets 5k combos from. As you can see here, it is very plus. You don't get like crazy mix-ups or anything off of it, but you can definitely just like jump yourself out of the corner. Like if they were to be up in here and it's like, okay, now I went out of the corner, now you're out. Or you can pressure after it and stuff like that. One important thing to note about it though is it is less plus if they crouch block it, because it moves up. So see, it's less safe like that. This also depends on positioning, character hitbox, stuff like that. But very, very good reversal super. Really, really good in the Valkenheim matchup specifically. I have to talk about the Valkenheim matchup more in depth later, but I really got to tell you guys, this character is like #1 Valkenheim counter pick in the entire game. So if you really hate that character, play Litchi. That is probably the hardest matchup he has in the entire game. And in this version in particular, it might be the worst matchup he's had like in the history of this game, maybe. But that's pretty much it for her supers. Barlow hates her, click here to find out why. Yeah, basically. Dogman didn't do anything wrong. I love Valk. Everybody probably knows that I sub Valk. He's my second favorite character in this series, next to Litchi and Kokonoi. Kokonoi being my third favorite character. But yeah, no, bad matchup. Very bad matchup. So, let's do another stage change before we get into combos. Oh, well, I guess just talk about Crush Trigger really quickly. She has a decent Crush Trigger. It is actually a little bit disjointed, but it does have the same issue as the staff. The hitbox is separate from her body, so it is possible to lose range on her Crush Trigger by moving. Not a lot, but it can happen. When all your mains lose to Litchi. Yeah, it's rough out here. But most characters lose to Litchi, so it's not something special. It's not unique. At least consider it that way. Everybody's gonna struggle with you. Anyway, for her Crush Trigger, she has many different utilities for meter, so Crush Trigger is just like another drop in the bucket with it. I personally have not optimized Crush Trigger a lot with her. It's something that I just don't think about often. Does that mean you can do 2B CT stuff? I assume you mean CT? Or are you talking about like how she could do 2B into 6A? That does not work the same because this is based on the staff being disjointed from her, but the Crush Trigger is not applied, or it's not disjointed the same way the staff is. So like this is not going to disjoint the same way as like with Momentum. But yeah, she does have one very strong use for Crush Trigger, much like Izanami or any character with some kind of projectile set play they can do. Quick Crush Trigger. Normally you can't combo after it unless you're like way deep and you get like a jab or a throw. She does have a long Crush Trigger. She has a pretty big one. So she can do stuff like this and get a whole combo off of it. Very, very strong. Something I have myself been trying to implement more recently into my offense. But yeah, that's very good. Not a lot to mention like combo-wise. She actually has a very hard time fitting Crush Trigger into her combos just because her combo structure is so specific, and she doesn't get a very big like damage return from using Crush Trigger. It doesn't open up any interesting new combo routes that she can really utilize to get lots of better like combos. It doesn't affect her proration a ton, like the routing that she's going to be doing. One very good utility that she does have for Crush Trigger, though. This is only one specific scenario that she runs into. From this distance, when she's poking with 5B, and as I mentioned before, this is her main poke when she has the staff equipped, she doesn't always get a full combo confirmed from this, because when you speak off situational awareness flash, you mean combos, neutral, both combos, neutral, pressure, everything. Everything is affected by screen positioning, like where you and the opponent are on the screen, where the staff is on the screen, whether the staff is set to launch vertically or horizontally, whether the staff is set to launch left or right. All of these factors play into what kind of combos she gets, what kind of offense she gets, what kind of neutral she can play with, or like neutral tools she can utilize. It has an effect on every single aspect of her kit, and it has an effect on every single thing that, or every interaction that you and your opponent will have. This is one of the reasons why Litchi is so difficult for most people to actually understand the matchup, because not only is she forced to constantly be aware of all of those variables, but the opponent has to keep track of the exact same variables as well, because they need to know what tools and options she has available to her and what type of situation you're both in relative to those types of variables. So it affects her neutral structure, which means it affects how you're going to counterplay her in neutral. It's going to affect her decision making, so that is the type of information that you're going to want to retain as the opponent, so that way you know where the Litchi player is going to be at, right? Like, are they going to prioritize trying to get back the staff? What buttons are they going to press? What's the risk reward? Like, what is her reward in this situation? Is it okay to kind of go at her when the staff is far away because you know that her damage return is not going to be strong? Is it okay for you to try and play RPS because you know your damage return is going to be higher than her damage return? Stuff like that. This is why I say Litchi's probably like one of the 3 hardest characters in this game. Not because of executional difficulty or anything like that, but because she has to keep track of the most number of variables. She has to control these variables, react to these situations, be aware of positioning much more than other characters are. Who are the other 2 hardest? In my opinion, I would say Rachel and Carl, but I would not be opposed to saying Valkenhayn or Izanami as well. Executionally, I think that Izue is probably the hardest character in this game in terms of raw execution, but I don't think her game plan and mechanically she is quite as intensive as those other characters. So me personally, I say Carl and Rachel, but if you were to say Izanami or Valkenhayn, I would not agree with you. Or I would not disagree with you, sorry. I would not disagree with you if you said Izanami or Valkenhayn. Yeah, Valkenhayn, you have to learn 2 characters. Yeah, you definitely do. But yeah, speaking of situational awareness, it is stuff like that. It is just, you have to learn how to ad-lib. You have to have a vast amount of knowledge of very specific, like, micro adjustments that need to be made for things to actually be optimal. And when I say optimal, it's not just like you're doing the best confirms and the best combos, but making sure that your game plan is consistent, that you are making it as hard as it can be for the opponent to play around your tools, and you're utilizing things safely and with purpose. I think that's kind of a key thing between like a beginner player starting out with Litchi and a veteran Litchi player, is understanding the purpose of what things are doing and what is happening. Because it can be very easy to just be like, oh, she's just launched the staff and I have to play around the staff, or I'm going to throw the staff and it's going to come back to me. And not being fully aware of like what that exact situation is going to be. How satisfying would you say Litchi is? I mean, obviously she's my absolute favorite character of all time. I think that there is no other character like Litchi that exists in fighting games, especially as she's developed over time. You could make more comparisons to her and other characters in previous versions than I think you can now. They have really developed and changed her playstyle to be something very unique. And to me, she's the most satisfying character I've played in a fighting game. Obviously, I have full bias with that. She's my favorite fighting game character ever. So you would have to ask somebody else for a different opinion on how satisfying she really is to play. I feel very good when things work out properly, and I know that I've put a lot of time and knowledge to use and it's paid off, but other people might feel differently, so. Anyway, with her crush trigger, finish off her crush trigger. Yeah, she doesn't get a lot of like combo utility out of it, but she does get this one specific scenario. So from a long range 5B poke, she does not get a whole combo. 2C is the launcher that you get here, so you have to be fairly close for this. Otherwise, you have to do 5C. She does get a full launcher after this, but again, she has to be close enough to get 3C into Rin-chan. So at poke distance, this is all she gets, really. She gets 5C, 60 into Tsubame. This is perfectly fine. It's serviceable damage. You get knocked down into, you know, mix-up, set play, stuff like that. But if you want to corner carry, if you want to get better set play and you want to get corner carry, you can use Crush Trigger like this. You can use Crush Trigger to get a better route. And carry to the corner like that. That's pretty much like the best way to use Crush Trigger. It's the most potent way to use Crush Trigger for her. If you want to, you can use Crush Trigger for like a 6A confirm. So like, as I mentioned before, first hit. You can use it like this if you want to get a confirm, but it's better to just do Kanchan. I guess this would be a thing. If you get the staff back too early, this is better, because you get a full combo after it, but if you're going to get the staff back later, like that, you use Kanchan. Galileo uses CT a lot of us. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely ways she can fit CT in, so one important thing about CT is that if they barrier guarded, it takes a very large chunk of their barrier gauge away. And since she can structure into CT behind a projectile, you can kind of like barrier strip the opponent that way and then still maintain your offense. It's actually very good to use against Izanami like that, purposely using Crush Trigger to force her to use barrier, so that way she can't utilize it later. Especially if she's like already used Ribcage and then dispelled it in neutral and she's already low on Ribcage, you can try to use Crush Trigger just to strip a little bit of barrier away from her and set up better situations later. So I mean, like, that takes half your barrier gauge, so you could definitely do stuff like this, and do that to barrier strip. Something like that against Izanami is very good. If you have 100 meter, this is very specific, but you could like get rid of an entire barrier gauge like that. There's like no situation where that would ever happen, but I don't know, maybe if, where's the barrier gauge settings? Maybe they're already at like half barrier, or like 40%, like maybe they're like right here with their barrier gauge. You could do this. And then set up stuff like that, maybe. So, couple of neat little tricks with it. Very meter intensive, but it's there. Something else to be aware of. So I think that's pretty much it for her overall kit. It's very hard for me to talk about game plan in training mode. It would be better if I had footage to show you, to talk about game plan, like very specific scenarios and situations. It's just hard to convey that by the nature of her kit. But we can talk about combo structure next. And again, I'm going to do a stage and music change.
Please select your character. Litchi, Fei Ling. Jin, Kisaragi.
What is her central fiction stage? This is her central fiction stage. Okay, combo structure. So this is gonna be probably the hardest thing to talk about. there's so many variables. I'm gonna go into like really basic stuff first. So let me turn meter off for this. So just like any character in BlazBlue, her combos can be broken down into like segments or chunks that you piece together in specific orders. It is a little more advanced than most characters, again, because of how she has to confirm and play around like staff timing. It changes a lot of the routing that she's allowed to do. And because of the way the combo timer works in this game, you have to kind of add or subtract hits and stuff like that. She does technically have combos that are like the most optimal, but that's not really what everybody uses, just because consistency is more important than being completely optimal with her damage, especially because her absolute most damaging combos are all very character specific, so it is better to go with stuff that's a little more consistent than focusing on being the absolute most optimal. I personally do focus a little more on optimal damage than a lot of the Japanese players do even. I would say the other person that is very focused on optimal damage is Koiki, or Puromete, same player. They're probably the closest to being the most optimal with damage, but I'm a lab monster, so that's just how I am. There's other stuff that I definitely have neglected for focusing on damage. But combo structure with the staff is very, very simple, or with the staff on. She really only has one launcher that she goes into, which is Rinchan. This is basically it. Everything she does with the staff is going to lead into Rinchan somehow. If it doesn't, then she's just doing a basic string into Tsubame. So she has confirms like this that go into Tsubame, 5B, 5C, 6D, Tsubame, 3C into Tsubame. She could do, like, if you're too far away, you don't think you can get like a full route, you can do this, Tsubame. Random air-to-air button, like counter hit, you can go into Tsubame, stuff like that. This is just like the, I'm mashing and I don't really know what combo I want to do, let's just do Tsubame. You do the same thing after like this. Like, this is just a good way to stabilize, just to make sure you get your knockdown. If you don't feel confident that you are tracking your proration or your hit stun decay properly, you can just go into Tsubame. Air to air, this is very easy to cover. She does not have air to ground routes when she has the staff equipped. What I mean by that is if the opponent is jumping and you hit an air to air button, this is all she gets. It's very simple, very straightforward. You do air combos, JB, JC, JB, JC, JD Ender. She can do JD 2D Ender to keep them close. It's very specific. Let's do it like this. There we go. That's basically it. There are a few ways that she can get like air to ground stuff. So she can do like OD like this and get to the ground. And then yeah, Dimpa, there is her backdash is weird. Yeah, she does like a flip. It's actually really good that she has this angle too, this arc on her air dash. Yes, the J2D RC combo, very height specific. Oh, there's the button for that. Okay, this. She can do that. He's gonna have to be higher for this. Okay, let's do it like this. You might have to use J here on him. Let's try a different hitbox. Let's do somebody bigger. Let's do Rachel. She's even worse. This is how little I have tried this, because I just really don't use this confirm. Let's see, let's do somebody different. There you go. So yes, she has this, but as you've already seen, it's like it's very weird. It's very inconsistent. It does exist. I would have to lab this for like against all the characters to make sure like I know who this works on properly. But yeah, this does exist. It's basically the only like air to ground route that she has. I would rather use OD though. The OD one is like very consistent. You just do this, and then you're like in there. So, an important thing about this type of OD combo though, you're noticing here that I'm using 6D to move the staff forward because it will not work if you just do tune like that. I mean, it can work at like some heights, but you can see there it's very common that it'll whiff because she's so high and the staff is so high with her. So you use the staff, you move it down, or you move it forward so that way it stays lower, and then it can hit like that. Yeah, that's pretty much it for like air to air type stuff or like air to ground type stuff. So she does not have a lot here. She does not have a lot in the air, and this may seem like a joke when you see it in matches. It may seem like disrespect or like almost like a troll, but her doing air throw like this is very real. Her doing a purple throw at the end of an air confirm like this. You'll see Japanese players do this a lot as well. Because she's not really going to get a knockdown anyway, if she's done like a lot of air jabs like this, she's not going to be able to get her consistent air knockdown. Like, she can do that. But if you could maybe get a kill, then you could just do the air throw. Like, you catch them sleeping, it's worth doing that. Because you're pretty much going to have them air tech anyway and be put back into a neutral situation, so might as well. Yeah, Tao did this in some games as well. Yeah, so like Tao, she used to not have the ability to get like actual hard knockdown enders in the air. So you either chose just finish the combo, get your damage, or do the purple throw, because you're going to be put into basically the same type of air tech situation anyway. So Litchi could do that here. Again, like, you know, strong players are not just going to get hit by purple throw, but sometimes you catch people sleeping, you might get that damage. If you do and you have meter, you might be able to steal a game off of it. Something at least worth gambling with now and again, just because, you know, what's the harm if they're going to air tech anyway? You might be able to do this, you know, just that kind of thing. So Litchi's a character that can use purple throw sometimes. Sometimes. She can kind of do it here too. Like, this at the end of a combo leaves them in the air. If you are fully prorated and use this as your damage ender at the end of a very long combo, you can't get knocked down. Like, this works at low proration, but at high proration, they will immediately tech when they hit the JC because there's no combo timer left. Again, if you feel a little cheeky, you can do that. It's hard to see a little bit. And again, you'll see even top players do that sometimes just to knowledge check, just to kind of check if they're sleeping and maybe steal like a kill. It's one of those things where if they air tech that, you're kind of being put into the same situation that you would be in anyway. So it's not entirely not useful, even though it's a purple throw. So, but anyway, getting back into our actual combo structuring. As I mentioned, just going straight into Tsubame is how you stabilize any kind of ground confirm. Even air confirms, sometimes you can stabilize them that way if you just don't feel like you can get something good, or like you haven't been tracking your hit stun decay properly, then you can just quit the combo early and go into Tsubame. But Renchan B is the main launcher here. Almost everything she does, ground or air hit, you're going to try and get into this somehow. Whether it's 3C into Renchan, 2C 60, 4B into Renchan, like this, throw. It all goes into Renchan B. So the actual opening to her staff they're very straightforward. You just want to find your way to get into that, and then that's where you start piecing together your other combo pieces. So it's very simple. Air throw, same way. You want to get into Renchan somehow. There's really not a lot to talk about with that. For a little more nuance, she has a lot of counter hit and crouch hit confirms. So let's see, counter hit, 6B combos into 6C, 5B combos into 6C, 5C combos into 4D. You can get good damage off of this in the corner. 3C counter hit is hard knockdown, so you can run up and get an OTG with that, like this. 6C is a fatal. She gets a lot of damage off of that. So these counter hit confirms, they don't go into Renchan, where the 3C ones still would because you're going to OTG, but stuff like this going into 6C, you're going to place the staff and then go into your route on these. So very different routing. And then crouch confirm is basically going to 6C as well. On counter hit, or on crouch hit, 6B combos into 6C where it does not standing. So this does not combo on standing hit, but on crouch hit it does. So she gets confirms like this on crouch as well. Very important because it works from further ranges. Like that. Works from slightly further poke range than a 5C would. And then 5C also combos into 4D on crouch hit as well. So basically, the confirms that you get on counter hit also work on crouch, is the easiest way to think about it, aside from like the 3C. 6D is also a fatal. So she can link after that as well. That's basically it for openers. For staff mode openers, you have your counter hit and crouch confirms, which are 6B, 6C, or 5C, 4D. Your basic stabilizer with the Tsubame Ender, and then you have Renchan as your basic launcher. Those are pretty much the three parts that you would want to know in terms of opening combos with Litchi. Going into combo pieces, she has a few, but let's just go over like her basic B&B so we can use this as a branching point. So this is what her basic B&B looks like. This is the same opener we talked about before, going into Renchan. And then this is the second part. This is the second part that you're going to see a lot in her combos. It's Haku, 236A, Hatsu, 236B, and then Richi A, half circle back, and the A button, which is the stance where she gets on top of the staff. This is what most combos are going to go into after the opener, or at least somewhere in the combo you're going to try and get to this point somewhere. Reasons why this in particular. For one, it has the most corner carry because of the distance that this carries with the staff jump. It can side switch, and it replants the staff so it stabilizes the launch direction. Like I talked about going through her move list, you can see the staff wiggle here that replants the staff. It makes the launch direction go towards the opponent because it's replanting the staff, and then you no longer have to think about the variable of left-right on the confirm. You only need to think about the vertical or the horizontal orientation. So this is another reason why you want to get into this, because it helps stabilize the routing. So that's part 2 of this. So that's the second segment of her combos. Once you're on the staff, you do the B follow-up. In the corner, sometimes you'll use the D one. Situationally, you use the D1 mid-screen too. You can get a little extra damage with it. Let me try to think of like this. Alright, let's do it like this. Let's do... like that. She can do that type of thing. Like this. Also, jumping on top of the staff reset fly direction. Jumping on top of the staff itself doesn't reset fly direction. You have to do the B and the C follow-ups. So it has to have that little staff wiggle on it. The B version, where she throws it, also does it, and the C version also does it. But the stance itself of just purely being on top of the staff does not reset it. And the A and the D follow-ups also do not reset the launch direction. And you can see the indicator for that by the top of the staff wiggling and the sound effect playing. Anyway, so that's the kind of like stabilizer of her routes, is this right here. And unfortunately, it has its own little nuances that can be annoying. So for example, if you get them past it, you may not want them to go that way. You may get this where it like crosses up and you're trying to get to the corner. And in some very specific cases, you can get a very annoying like double cross up, which I don't think I'll be able to like accurately set up here. But basically like she'll cross up, but they won't. Let me see if I can find one way to do this. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna be able to set this up consistently. It happens so rarely. Like, this is basically what it would look like. Like, you'd be, like, right here, and that would hit them. And she would go the wrong direction. Is what you would have to watch out for. It's just one of those things that happens in weird hitbox interactions, so I'm having trouble setting it up. But it is something that happens, so even though it's the stabilization point of the route, sometimes it itself is not very stable. Do you recommend mashing B once you're on top of the staff? I mean, you kind of can. It'll come out. I don't normally, just because I like to make sure my timing is clean on it. But yeah, you could totally just mash it if you wanted to. The only thing about it is, like, sometimes if you mash, they're going to be traveling, and you might get it to... Oh, hey, there it was. There was the weird cross-up I was just talking about. You might do it earlier than you want. So you might get the cross-up variant of the combo because you mashed, like this right here. So like right there. The staff is in the same position, I'm in the same position. So I'm going to show you this twice. If I mash, they might cross up like this. But if I delay, then I'll get the corner carry. You can also stabilize this by delaying your Rekkas, so that way they have more travel. And then you can mash again. So whatever you feel more comfortable with to make sure that you get the proper route. Anyway, the following section of this portion is going to look like this. It is the staff jump B, which this is called Ipatsu B or Tanky Hatsu. You're gonna do 6C, staff launch, 6C. And you have to hold the staff launch here. This is the portion of the combo that gets very specific to screen positioning. Because the timing in which you launch the staff or release the staff changes depending on how close you are to the corner. But you're going to do the staff hold, 6C, and then B and C Rekka. The part where you launch the staff is what changes, whether you launch it earlier or later, depends on where you are on the screen. But most of the time, most consistently, you're going to launch it after you input J2 through 6B, after you do Hatsu. If you're not on stick, how do you recommend doing staff hold stuff? If you're on pad, I heavily recommend setting one of your bumpers or your triggers to the drive button. Most people that I know of that play her on pad with a trigger, they use R1 just because it's really easy to use like your index finger or your middle finger for R1 while using your thumb for The face buttons, if you feel more comfortable using like one of the bigger triggers like L2 or R2, you could do that for sure. Or even if you like using the left hand, I know some Street Fighter players like using the left side for heavy buttons. Whatever is most comfortable there, but I do recommend that if you're not playing Crab Claw like I do, that you use a trigger or you use a bumper for the drive button, because you're going to be negative edging a lot and you're going to want to have at least one finger free to hit the rest of the buttons. It's very hard to like negative edge holding the D button, so you're using the default layout where X is the D button and like triangle is B. It's very hard to use the base of your thumb to hold the D button and then hit like triangle without getting the side buttons. Can you try these combos on Bullet? I find her a bit weird, particularly the corner combos. Yes, after I go through the routing I could do that. There are some very specific annoyances that she has on some hitboxes. Some delays that have to be done. Ragna, Valkenhayn, and Azrael, and 9 in particular, are characters that have very annoying hitboxes on her B&B. Because of the way that her 6C interacts with their hitboxes on the staff return. And then there is a entire list of characters in this game where her 5B, her staffless 5B, do not OTG them, so she has to use 5C instead. 5B actually is better for the OTG, but if you don't want to learn the whole list, then you can just do 5C OTG on everybody. Anyway, to go back into her B&B though, getting a little sidetracked here, let me just go over this again. So we have opener, 5B, 2C, 60, Rin-chan. We'll call this the linker. The next part, the linker, is Rekka's into the staff jump, B, and then the portion we're at now. So you're gonna do 6C, staff hold, 6C into the Rekka's again. And again, this is for the vertical launch. Rin-chan sets it vertical. You're gonna release the staff after you hit the Rekka. And then the final portion of this is the staff returns and hits them, and you're gonna do 6C again, and then the staff will be re-equipped, and then you're gonna do Tsubame. You get the staff back when you're doing the 6C, so then you regain access to doing the staff special moves. So you're gonna special cancel into Tsubame. So the entire route altogether looks like this. That is her full B&B. That is like the most consistent bread and butter that she has. That's the route that you're going to see the absolute most. It is one of the only routes that she has where she just gets to do the whole combo without having to factor in any variables except for screen positioning. The variable with screen positioning is the closer you are to the corner, the faster the staff comes back. The further away from the corner you are, the longer it takes to come back. There's really only 3 timings to this B&B. There is her back to the corner timing, mid-screen timing, which is like round start position, and then corner timing. So there is another stabilization that you can do when you are at the mid-screen position. So it's kind of annoying to do this route right here, like this, at high proration starters, like with a jab, because the staff comes back where the 4B hits. Which I'll mention this too, in the corner, when you do this B&B, instead of doing 6C into Tsubame, you do 4B into Tsubame, because it just deals a little bit extra damage. And you actually get better knockdown because they're higher in the air, so you have more frame advantage. It would just look like this. That's the only difference, you just add the 4B instead of the 6C. Anyway, and at this round start positioning, it gets kind of annoying to do 2 6Cs because of the height. Like right there, I got staff 4B. That would not work if I did it with a jab starter because it's slower. It's very hard to gauge the timing that you need here, so you can sacrifice a very little amount of damage by doing this instead. So after the staff jump, you can do 6C, 3C. you can do 3C into the Rekkas. You lose damage in 2 ways here. For one, Litchi 6C has bonus proration. Bonus proration in this game basically means that your combo is not going to prorate as hard because the second hit is like reversing the proration. I don't know if it really reverses proration because this game has both reverse proration and bonus proration. But without getting into specifics, it basically means that like her 6C adds a lot of damage to your combos, is the best way I could say it. The other reason why you're losing damage here is because 6C into Hatsu, like this, is actually the air version, whereas you doing 3C into Hatsu means you're doing the ground version, and because doing Haku Hatsu earlier in the route uses the ground version, you're also activating SMP. But it's okay, because you're only going to lose, like, very minuscule damage to make sure that you're getting your route more consistently. But anyway, you could do a route like this instead. So if you don't feel confident in doing the 6C, the double 6C route, you can do the 3C route instead. It's very consistent. The only thing you really need to keep or be aware of with this one is that if you do your 6C too high and the combo has been prorated with jabs and stuff at the starter, then the 3C can whiff. Like if you do it like this, let's get her really high actually. Like that right there, it may not work very high. Another thing, so like in the corner, if you want to stay, like you can do this route in the corner, like reaching the corner. Let's do it like this, the standard way. But the corner ender is to do this. So this is another small adjustment that you can make to the route. The way that this changes, instead of doing both Rekkas, instead of doing the Hatsu into Chun, you do just the Chun. You delay the staff launch much more until they get much lower. You do Chun and then delay the staff launch. So like where you would be doing the regular BMB, where you do Hatsu, staff release, Chun, you're going to be inputting Chun first and then waiting and then releasing the staff. This puts them lower and it lets you link after the Chun. And then the staff comes back there. So when the staff returns, you're actually using that hit stun to get the 5B, 4B to combo at high proration as well. Or high hit stun decay. And then you're going into DP. This is very consistent. It's much more consistent than doing the double Rekka. So you're going to be using this a lot at the end of her corner combos. Most of her corner combos end in that ender. So it's very good to get acquainted with the differences between those two. But now I can show some of the differences in timing for like mid-screen and corner. So when you are back to the corner, you're further from the corner, you release the staff earlier, because it's going to take more time to come back. When you are slightly more mid-screen, you release it just a little bit after Chun. Like this. And then when you're getting into the corner, you're getting really close to the corner, you can add that different ender. So those would be the 3 variants of her basic BNB, her staff opener BNB. And then there are a couple of different ways that she can get into this. So the more damaging route is to actually use 6C, like this. So an interesting thing about this is that because 6C going into J2 through 6B going into Air Hatsu, you then are not activating the SMP on the ground version of Hatsu, so the 3C route now does more damage than it would before. And it actually would do more damage than doing the double 6C, because then you're going to activate SMP again, so it actually becomes better to do the 3C route. This only works at higher... with higher starters, like, let's say this, short starters, like jabs and stuff. You would do the Haku one because it takes less combo time. Whereas if you get like a really clean, like good starter, like let's say, like throw, like this, you would go into 6C here instead of doing the Rekka. So it would look like that. Whereas you could do throw into Rekka like this, and it definitely works too. But you would want to use the 6C. You could use 6C from like the 3C route here. And in the corner especially, you're going to be using 6C a lot because you get even better damage because you can do routes like this. And one of the key things to the Litchi combo formula is that adding as many 6Cs in a combo as you can increases your damage. Specifically getting the second hit of 6C, I should say. The first hit is not where the bonus proration is, and the second hit has very high minimum damage, so you want to get both hits as much as possible. That is the case for both 6Cs. Getting multiple of the staffed 6C also increases her combo damage a lot. Where most of the damage of her routes come from is from 6C, and it comes from her Rekkas. That is where the big like meat and potatoes of her damage comes from. That's where a lot of the optimization comes from, making sure you're not activating SMP on her Rekkas. And then her DP, the final hit of her DP actually has very high minimum damage as well. So anyway, that is what her regular BMB would look like. That is the alteration to the opener that you can do, or I guess I should say the linker part. You either are going to do Haku into Hatsu here, or you're going to do 6C into Hatsu here. Like that. 236 A, C, B, A, B in the corner. It's just not optimal. There are times where you want to use Rekkas like that, like this. You can use this. You almost never use this move in combos. It really kills your damage. It kills your combo time. There's really no reason to do this. There is one very specific reason to use this move, which is to get yourself into this when they're too far away, because it vacuums in. So like this does not combo, but this does. That's gonna deal more damage than doing just the tanky Hatsu. Like that would deal more than just doing this. So there's some specific uses for that. Her most optimal fatal combo, I think, actually uses that as well. Or no, it's this, isn't it? Is it that? I feel like I lost damage there. Oh, right, I didn't have active flow on. That's right. That is 6K with active flow, I think. Something like that. Anyway, I know that like one of her optimal BNBs uses that. Below 8K, I didn't use meter to be fair. I think, let's see, what's the most damage I can do? This is getting way off from what I should be talking about, but... Oh, I messed up. There we go, 8.7. Is that better? Anyway, so yeah, those are the two like linker portions of the B&B. After you get into the Renchan starter, you either go into Haku, Hatsu, and then isn't she the only character that can get double super into EA? I'm pretty sure there are a couple of characters that can. If I'm not mistaken, I think Amane has like a really weird route where he can do the drill super, get it to hit in a way that he can still combo after it, let the drill gauge like replenish, OD into his other super, and then do it. Yeah, he has a Nami-Cam with the command grab super as well, yeah. Yeah, Arakune can with lasers. Yeah, Lambda can too, for sure, yeah. Yeah, Nu should be able to as well. So yeah, there's a couple of characters that can. I don't know, actually, if you want to count it, I'm pretty sure Tsubaki can get an EA after her OD, like level 5 super. So if you use like Macto Maledictus install and then do it, you can get into that. So yeah, there's a number of characters for sure that can get into like multiple supers and still combo into EA. Anyway, so that pretty much covers like the B&B portion of that. That's like the main combo. You can get into that combo from all kinds of starters too, even when you're staffless. So like say the staff is like way back here, you can do an extended ground chain to get yourself back to the staff like this. And then I'm going back into the same combo part that I did before. Right, so like I'm using ground normals to get myself all the way to the staff. I'm using an extended Rekka chain, and now I've reached the staff again, and now I can do my ender. I can do the same Rekka portion into the staff, like the linker part, and I'm doing the same ender that I was doing before. So this is one of the good examples of what I was talking about before about the situational awareness of Litchi. So this is the type of thing where it's like the staff is way back here. I have no way to like combo into staff launch from here, right? Like I can't do this because it's vertical. I could push them all the way there and then get the staff launch, but at this point it's going to the right, so I'm not going to get a good combo. I've already prorated the route to get them there so much that I'm not going to get anything useful off of this. See, like this is about all I would get here, right? So this is not as good. I've put them back mid-screen. I don't have a good knockdown. I would rather get into my regular ender, so I would want to do this. Right, like I've pushed them here. Now I have my good ender. So I've kept track of 3 variables here already. I've kept track of the fact that the staff is behind me, that it's back this far, and I'm gonna have to carry them there. So I'm gonna have to implement more ground normals into my combo. This also means that I have taken combo time to push them there and prorated my combo by doing this extended ground chain. The second variable that I've had to keep track of is whether the fact the staff is launching to the left or the right here, because that is going to change my timing. It's going to change whether I want to delay my route to get them into the corner, so that way I get the staff back faster and get a better, or I get the full combo ender, or if I want to side switch, I'm going to have a shorter combo because it's going to take longer for the staff to get back to me. So I have kept track of my left-right launching here. It also means that I'm going to have to get to the Tanky Hatsu, or the Apatsu B, because that's going to reset my staff launch orientation. So like again, the staff is going to launch to the right here. When I get here, I have reached the staff. Now I've done Tanky Hatsu, and now it's going to go left. So I've stabilized my route that way too. So that I've eliminated that second variable at this point. And then the final variable I kept track of is the fact that it's vertical launch, because I'm not doing anything to change the vertical or horizontal orientation here. This is the ender I'm using because it is vertical launch. So I have to do the same B&B ender with the double rekka like this. But if it was 2D set, if it was a horizontal set, I would need a different ender, because that ender does not work with the 2D set. I'm gonna have to do something like this. Which is a totally different ender. So now I've had to keep track of 3 variables. This is the kind of thing where that situational awareness of her comes into play, because it's changing multiple aspects of what my routing is, even though part of it is the same, right? Like, I'm using the same method to get them to the staff by adding extra normals. And I'm using the same method to get the staff to launch the proper direction by using the Tenki Hatsu, but then part 3 of whether or not the ender is vertical or horizontal, I've had to keep track of that the whole time. I know that I can eliminate those other 2 variables by using the same route to get there, but then the end portion is where I'm going to have to keep track. And because there's no visual indicator of what the set is in, if it's been a long time since I've interacted with the staff, I'm still going to have to remember my ender has to be this because I set it in 2D staff set, you know, like 5 or 6 seconds ago. And then that 2D set ender, it's actually very simple, it's very easy. It is just this. So it is 2D set, you get to the Tenki Hatsu here, and you're using the same opener, using this, or the same thing afterwards that you would for the rekka ender. Right, like you're doing this, instead of doing this part, instead of doing that part, you're just doing 60, 60 again, and releasing the staff. And then 60 again. You're just doing 3 60s. That's it. That's all that is. If you're in the corner, you can get more damage by doing 4B. Like that. But that's pretty much all the ender is. There is a slight variation on this ender that you can do if you have enough room to the corner that looks like this. So here it is 60, 60 staff launch during, and then I'm doing Chun. I'm doing Chun as well. So 60, 60 Chun plus staff launch, and I'm gonna micro dash into 5B. So check out that side swap there. You have to be careful about your micro dashing with this. So I'm doing 5B, and then the staff is coming back and hitting them, and it is allowing me to link into the 6C here. And it looks like that. And you can do that from like this type of confirm as well. Let's say, let's do it like this. Right, so same concept as before. I carried them to the staff, but it was 2D set. I did not have to use as many ground normals or as long of a rekka chain to get them to the staff. So that left me combo time, and that left me hit stun decay to get the longer Chun extension after doing the Tenki Hatsu. So part of doing her routes, or part of her route structuring, is you either front load your opener to get to that stabilization point of jumping to the staff, or you put all of it on the back end. You don't have to do as much to get to that part where you get to the staff, and then you know you have a lot of combo time left over. You can do an extension later in your combo instead of earlier. Those are pretty much like the main extensions for like vertical and horizontal. There is this extra route. So I talked about it briefly. She has this. the way that you use this is if the staff is behind you and you have no way to get back to the staff. Like, I can't side swap. I haven't done something that allows me to do like this. Right, like this is not going to work for me to get back to the staff. You can do this route and then do a combo where the staff actually never hits them. It would look like that. So you're calling the staff back. You're still utilizing the fact that the staff is coming back to you to get your ender, but most of that combo is all staffless. So what that looks like is it is BCA Rekka, and you need to do this fairly quickly. You need to do the C quickly and then slightly delay the A, because you want them to be high. You want them to be high on the balance. You can pretty much do the same ender here, whether it's vertical or horizontal. The only thing that changes is the timing at which you release the staff. So vertical travels more slowly, so you're gonna have to release it earlier than you would the horizontal one. So like this is horizontal. It travels faster, so I released it much later. And the vertical one, I'm releasing it now, so it's a little bit earlier. You also have to factor your spacing into the corner. So like if you are really, really far away, you're gonna have to release the staff very early, so that way it actually makes it to you in time. So like right there, I didn't release it early enough, so I was gonna have to release that way earlier. And that still wasn't early enough. But that route is very consistent. It works pretty much anywhere. You don't really have to factor the staff like for actually hitting. You just have to factor when you're gonna get it back so you can get Tsubame. It's pretty much all that there is to this route. There is an extension you can do on this as well. It's very specific. You can do this. This only works in the corner as well. Let me try that again. Which is that. You're gonna do like the Chan-Chan. I think it's really easy to do it from like this. You could do the same extension there. Anyway, I messed it up many times, but that works too. So depending on your positioning to the corner, you can do an adjustment like that as well. There we go. So you can do that too. So that's another way that you can like kind of stabilize the route using the Rekkas here. And then you just need to factor like your position to the staff. It's much easier to do this one with Chun, as that one's much harder to drop because the staff is not as difficult to factor into with that one. But then you also have the Chan-Chan one as well. The Chan-Chan one works at higher proration values too, so that is one thing to factor with it. But it is a lot harder. Other things that she can do to adjust routes. So she has this. This is character specific. As I mentioned before, 5B does not OTG every character in the game. You could do 2B. like this, that is universal. It just does less damage. But this is a way that she can like route back into the staff, right? So like say you were gonna do this and you want to go back to the other corner. You can do stuff like that as well. She has a very specific counter hit 2C combo that actually shows this very well. So right, so like this is actually a very advanced combo, but it shows that well. So the wall bounce here is being done so high it actually allows me. So 6D, this puts this in horizontal set. Moving the staff forward right there puts it into vertical set, but it's going the wrong way. It's going to launch back this way. So now I want to get into the linker portion that we talked about here, and now it's going to go to the left. And now I get my full regular BNB, and I get my corner carry off this. So this is something that you can see where like Kanchan, holding Kanchan can be used to get yourself back towards the staff, or like allows you to move the staff around so you can get different routing or different enders. She can do this like in the corner very easily as well. Like if you want to just keep the corner, then you can just do this. Right, so now I don't actually have to think about like my distance to the corner and like all of this other stuff. It actually does really good damage. It does better damage than the normal BNB. So when you can do this, you want to, but you don't have to do this like really long like corner carry route. You can just do this. So this is how you would use Kanchan to like reposition yourself into the corner, or like reposition yourself relative to the staff. Here is another route where she can do this. So like 6C. So I did that too long. Alright, so like that's a better example of that, right? So like we're side swapping so that way we can use the staff again. It's changed the side that we're launching the staff towards and getting a good thing. So yeah, the damage on that is really high just because it's 6C starter, but that's just like a really consistent way to show you that. But you can use that in a situation like this too. Like say we're like right here. This is a very weird position for vertical staff launch. If you don't want to do this route and factor in the staff launch, then you have the option to do something like this still. Right? So like that works too. So I could do that route or I could do this route. And that did less damage than the one where I did the Kanchan cross that, but you also notice that I actually reached the corner in this one, where on the Kanchan one I didn't make it all the way to the corner. So choosing your routes based on like your positioning and where you want to end up is also a factor, whether or not you want to go for one that you think is going to be easier or like more, you might find one more difficult to keep track of the staff and your positioning than the other two. This is why I said earlier that choosing routes with her is a lot more about making sure you get the full route and maintain your positioning and your knockdown than going purely for damage. Most of the time when she's working with her BNB routing and her damage and like her combo structure, she's only going to sacrifice like at most like 300 damage maybe, which is a fair amount in this game for a BNB, but 300, 200 damage, you know, like maybe even 100 damage. It's not a lot to give up to maintain your actual positioning or your knockdown, or make sure you make it all the way to the corner. But those are some different ways that she can like work around the staff. Staff launch is the one where it gets really difficult. So if you can, there's usually not much of a reason to launch the staff for routing, because launching the staff early makes it harder to factor the end of the combo, if I could say it that way. Like doing this, right? Like this works, right? Like that works, and it's important to know. It's certainly important to know, and you may have to do that. Like if you are holding the staff already and you get a hit like this, then this is the route you're going to have to do. So you have to know these routes as well. But if you can avoid having to go into a route that's this specific, and you can just do this instead, then it would be better to go for this route. One, it's going to deal more damage. You're going to get the same ender anyway. But there's less that you actually need to keep track of variable-wise, or like positioning, paration, stuff like that. But some examples of some like staff launch routes. You saw this one that I just did. Say I'm holding the staff already and I get this like that, and I get this overhead. Right, like there's a couple of things that I can do from here. I can link. Let's move this forward. Right, like I could do it like that. Or I could do this, using Kanchan to push them there. Or I can even go for this type of route if I just want to feel like it's safer, like it's more consistent. I don't feel confident in tracking the timing of my staff launch. Like for this route, which would be more advanced, I could just go for like a really long ground chain. Which is more consistent. Then you have things like this, where you can hold on to the staff more and you can confirm early. Which is another one. Like if you're already holding onto the staff and you're trying to hit confirm with like a special, you might have to adjust your route that way by launching the staff later and then using like a linker. Most of the stuff you're going to be using to link your routes together. Like here's a really good one. Hatsu here. Like this. Okay, so like that's a really basic one. That's one you would use in the corner a lot, actually. Right, so like that is an entirely different confirm than doing this. Where you would have to adjust that based on the launch timing of the staff. Which I am messing up currently. There we go, that would be better. So those types of confirms, like this is where positioning is factored in a lot. Like what you're hit confirming with is factored, whether you're holding the staff, you're not holding the staff. Like I wouldn't have to do that here. I could just go into Rekkas. If I'm already holding the staff, then I might need to do something different. This being the most consistent. I might opt for this. I think that they're not gonna block, so I want to hit confirm with that because it's safer. They may have blocked the first mix, and I have to hit confirm that way. So there's a couple of different ways that she can confirm staff launches like that. Really, you know, you have to factor your positioning to the corner, how much time you have left on the staff launch. This is also where it's kind of okay to... You're gonna drop combos like this. Like, it's just gonna happen. If you watch high-level play, you watch a lot of Japanese players play, it's almost impossible to be 100% aware and accurate on your hit confirms all the time, just because there's hitbox interactions that can get weird, staff launch timings, you know, like you're working with literal frame differences on some of these as well, so you're gonna drop routes now and then. That's where you kind of get into things where, like, you just accept the fact that you're not gonna get good damage and you go for something really, really consistent. So, like, let's say this. Right? Like, I don't feel confident at all in getting a confirm here, so I'm just gonna do Rekkas like that, call it a day. Because I would rather get my combo and get to the ender and get a decent knockdown than, like, have them tech and, like, me get punished for something. Like that. Like, you'll see stuff like that a lot. See, because the staff was going, like, the wrong direction. Also, it's very hard to account for the staff going the wrong direction on routes like this. Right? Because, like, you're just going to get stuff like that. You can. It's just more difficult. Like that. Vertical staff launch is much harder to deal with, or like account for in your combo structuring, than 2D launch. 2D launch is a lot more simple, and 2D launch can actually be very useful to do a route. So I mentioned before, like, you're doing a vertical, it might be better just to go into something like this. 2D launch, you can just do like 3C and to this. Or you can do like overhead into this. You can do like an extended ground chain into this. This is much easier to factor. And this works both directions because this is only one hit, right? So you don't really have to think about your left-right at all with something like this. There is another route. This one is much harder. But when you're trying to like keep your positioning into the corner, she has this route. Which is JB, JC, and then because of the way the staff mechanic works, when you grab the staff back, it allows her to reverse Gatling back into JB again. And then you can go into the same enders that we talked about before. So a lot of her combo structuring is just finding ways to get back into these same portions that I mentioned before. It's finding ways to get into this. It's finding ways to get into this. When you're staffless, you're just trying to get the staff back so you can go into Rin-chan like that. Your enders, you're always going to be doing the same type of enders like this. Not like that. Like this. That one. So you can kind of see like where the pieces start to fit together. Like you're just trying to get yourself set up for those same little portions of combos. And making small adjustments with like the number of Gatlings that you've used, or like which Rekka you want to use and stuff like that to carry to the staff, or like buy time for the staff to return to you. And then the corner is much more simple. It's much easier to keep track of. Most of the time in the corner, the staff is near you enough that you can just do random things into Rekka series and then get this move. Whether it's in the corner, whether it's 2D set, you know, you don't have to factor like left, right, or like your positioning that much relative to the staff unless it's like far back like this. you need them to be kind of high in order to get that to combo. But from like here and all the way into the corner, there's not a lot that you're really thinking of combo-wise to get into a better route. Like, you can just do these really basic routes into Rekka's and then do your same ender. And she has like 3 enders in the corner. I talked about them before. She has this one. She has this one. And then she has slight variations on them. So when the staff is all the way in the corner, you have to dash under for some of these enders. But it's the same ender, and you'll use this. You'll use the Ipatsu D because it deals more damage. Now there's 2 things to think about with Ipatsu D. One, it can deal more damage, but there is a momentum issue with Ipatsu D, where it is possible that she will not make it to the staff when you're routing for this. So it may be better to route in a way that does not affect her momentum as heavily. I'm trying to think of like a really easy way to show this. I probably won't be able to set it up here, but you'll run into it as you like learn the routes, where you might want to like route for this instead of that. Especially like, okay, like obviously going this way, you can't route for that, so you're gonna have to do this one. The other thing is they can burst you into the corner. Like that. You may opt to not do that route at all out of fear that they could burst you into the corner and then begin like a corner game on you. Especially if you're close to death, that's something that can be very valuable, or they're a character that has like really good corner set play, like say, I don't know, like Izanami or Carl or something. You may not ever want to do that route on them if they have burst, because that could potentially turn into a game-losing situation off of you doing a B&B like that, because you're putting yourself into the corner for it. That said, combos that use this generally deal more damage. One, because she can do this. She cannot do this on this side, like same side. Right, like this does not combo. She has to be in the corner for that to combo for her going back into the corner. Routes that get into that deal the most damage. And then these routes are more burst safe. Burst safe in the sense that they don't put you into the corner. The other thing about this is if you happen to have this situation happen. Let's move her out. Okay, so now the staff is going to be going left. As I mentioned before, the D move, or Ipatsu D, it does not send the staff back. It does not replant the staff, so it's going to go the wrong way. It's going to mess up your combos. If you know for a fact that the staff is in the corner and going the wrong direction, you need to use this route to stabilize it so that way it goes back into the corner and you get your full combo ender. But to give some examples of like basic corner B&Bs, this is her standard B&B. Right, so there's some familiar pieces to this combo. Instead of going into this directly, we're adding damage with Itsu. And then once we get into here, we're doing 6C instead of the Rekka's, because we're in the corner, we have enough combo time. And we're doing the 6C into Air Hatsu, and then we're doing the D follow-up. We're using the D follow-up because that, one, deals more damage, but also it sets up this Kanchan portion of the route. Now, a combo like this only works at really high hit stun, or low hit stun decay, I should say. So, like, it doesn't work from a jab like this, but it works from a 5B. And then from the Kanchan, we're just doing our standard ender. We're doing the same ender that we always do. Variants of this can be used off of other starters or other routes. So like say the staff is planted and we open them up like a 2B. Alright, so we're not doing the Rinchan portion and stuff, but we can do the regular, or we can do the same ender. We can use the Kanchan ender and stuff. We can also use like 6C here. Right, get a little bit of extra damage. Added that 6C to our route, did a longer Rekka chain. Now we've boosted our damage a lot, using that extra 6C and using the extended Rekka. Now if we had to do this from like a jab, we would have to cut portions of the combo out, right? Like, so we might have to go directly into this. But this is still really serviceable damage. I mean, this is almost 3k from a jab. Which we could get that. We could get more than 3k from a jab. We could do this. Right. Well, I did one too many hits there. Let's try this one instead. Okay, we got 3.5k from a jab. So this is the reason why we would want to route for the Ipatsu D, or that move is also called Chan Can, which is different than Kanchan, which is the puffball. Because then that gives us the Kanchan extension. Now, if we were afraid of the burst, then we can just adjust our route slightly. Instead of going into the Kanchan routing, we can just do this. Right, now we've only lost like 200 damage from the combo, something along those lines. And we've kept ourselves from crossing into the corner, so now we've kept ourselves safe from the burst. We also don't have to do like the funky like micro dash under for the ender or anything like that, like some of those routes. Like in some of these, let's say this for example. Right here, I'm having to do a micro dash under and then reverse my input backwards, right? Because I'm doing like micro dash under and then 6C, so it's like 664. 664C right there. If you don't want to do the micro dash under, then you could just opt for the same side. You could just do the same side route. Like this. But then there are variations of this that we can use for staff launch confirms. So like this right here, we can do this. Right, that's a serviceable BNB, that works totally fine. That was 6A into Rekkas and then the same like horizontal set ender as usual. Or we can hit confirm with the staff launch. Now we're going into Rinchan, same BNB as before. Alright, this is 600 more damage than the one we did before. The one we did before is easy, it's consistent, it's still fine for a combo. It's just a different hit confirm type. See, because before I was not using double staff launch like I am here, I was just using the one. And I was going for a route that didn't put me into the corner, and I didn't have to do the micro dash or anything like that. So there's a comfort level thing that happens here. And sometimes it might take you a minute to remember kind of like what orientation you have the staff set in. So sometimes you might actually see me do a route like this, and I don't remember until the end like what I have the staff set in, and I'm using this time to like remember almost. Right, and so that's only 200 damage loss, which not even a full 200. It's only, that was only like 107 or something like that. So there are multiple ways that you can do routes like that, but they use the same pieces. You're always like working back into the same pieces for your combos. I think that's about it I'm going to talk for combo wise. I know this isn't like talking about everything. There's a lot to talk about. I'm going to go much more in depth on combo routing and like really specific combo pieces when I'm actually doing the written guides, just because I can go more in depth and show things after I've labbed them out and made sure that I'm like being totally consistent about it. So I guess the last thing I'll talk about is matchups. So let me go back to the character select screen. If you guys want to ask about matchups, that's fine if you have questions about particular matchups, but I can go over like the kind of the general, like our general matchup spread. I'll probably just like highlight characters and then talk about or like lump them in together in specific categories, perhaps. But if there are any particular matchups you guys want to know of, just drop those in the chat and I'll touch on them briefly. I mentioned this earlier though. The 3 problem matchups that she has are Izanami, Mai, and S. And I will quickly jump into training mode just to show a really, like, a small set of reasons why, but they all kind of win for similar reasons. And again, none of them, like, totally, like, decimate her, right? Like, they're not, like, counter-pick matchups, you know, like, it's just terrible. But the reasons why they win the matchups, or they win the matchup is very similar. So let's do this from Izanami's perspective. This is a very basic reason why. But this, right? Let's do 4D. So 4D is a good example of this. Both of these characters play neutral kind of similarly. I mean, they have their own nuances, obviously. They're very different characters, but they use their projectiles as coverage to make up for the fact that they don't have quite as strong, like, neutral tools in the rest of their kit. Like, they don't have other projectiles to control space, or, like, lots of moves for safe mobility. I say safe because they do have mobility tools, but not necessarily ones that are, like, you know, you don't want to be, like, teleporting around with Izanami all the time, right? Because you're asking to get killed. They may have, like, stubbier normals. They both have good normals. Like, you know, Izanami has a great 5B, a 2B, or slide. 6A is a great anti-air. Like, JB's a good air move. Litchi's JB is a good air-to-air. 2B's a good poke, you know, stuff like that. But they're not, like, necessarily in the strongest echelon of neutral pokes. Part of what makes their neutral games so strong is that they can accentuate their tools by having projectile coverage, or covering multiple angles, or moving around and poking in non-committal ways. The reason why Izanami has an edge on Litchi in this regard is because when she throws her bits, she throws multiple. And this is a very big factor because they are the same projectile level. However, Litchi's staff will break 1, and then she'll get to keep the other 2. So let's show this. Right? That broke 1, but then Litchi has to deal with the other 2 coming at her. If Litchi blocks, it removes the hitbox on the staff, as well as when the staff gets broken, it loses its hitbox. Now, there is one thing about this that is still to the Litchi's benefit that actually hurts Izanami, is that if Litchi doesn't get hit, she can actually launch it again, right? So, like, if she does this, Litchi can actually launch this again much faster than Izanami can get the bits back. This is why the matchup isn't necessarily, like, terrible losing, because Litchi has counterplay she can do here for sure. It is just that Izanami can control when Litchi is allowed to use staff launch. Much easier than Litchi can control when Izanami is allowed to use the bits. Mostly because Izanami can still approach behind the bits, while Litchi is forced to block or try and counter poke during the clash. That's really the only thing about this matchup that makes it this way, that makes it kind of unfavored for Litchi, is purely the fact that Litchi completely loses the hitbox, while Izanami retains at least the 2 hitboxes on hers. Now, it also depends on what the orientation of the staff is, and positioning, or like which move Izanami uses to launch the her bits. They go at different angles, stuff like that. So there's a lot of nuance to it. But the only reason that she really has an edge is that, and then the fact that Izanami and Litchi, when Litchi's staffless and Izanami has, or, you know, when she's in, like, her optimal range, she just barely edges out Litchi's normals. Like, in a staffless Litchi versus up close Izanami, they're going to be, like, poking in kind of similar ways. and Litchi's gonna lose this game a little bit more consistently than she's gonna win it. That's really the only reason why Izanami has an edge on Litchi, but it is by far like a manageable matchup. It is a hard matchup, but it is a manageable matchup. That's why I said she only has like a slight edge on her. S. So like Japan thinks S beats her more than Izanami does. This mostly comes down to normals more than anything. S has a very similar thing she can do against Litchi. Her projectile game is very strong, so she has great ways at playing around the staff. Things like this, right? Like this can break the staff. She can throw multiple. And then again, if Litchi blocks or it breaks the staff, she needs to play around this in other ways. And a lot of characters have to play around S like this, and of course S is a good character overall, so this just causes particular issues for Litchi because it makes the projectile game very hard to manage. It's very hard for Litchi to have the neutral control that she wants when S has such quick and easy ways to control space that Litchi wants to occupy herself. The big reason why this matchup is bad is because from full screen, S has ways to keep Litchi from being able to zone like I just talked about, right? So being far away is not necessarily beneficial to Litchi because it's not setting up that neutral control that she wants. She doesn't have the ability to run to this side of the screen, set up neutral pacing, set up the staff in a position that's good for her, and then run in behind it like she would in most matchups for coverage. She can't really stabilize her game plan at full screen like she would most of the time. That forces her into more of a mid-range game where her normals are significantly slower than S's and much less disjointed. Of course, S has a lot of hurt boxes on her pokes and stuff as well, but like in a game of like this versus like Litchi's 5B, Litchi's gonna lose most of the time. It's just purely a frame data thing. It is like dash speed, acceleration, hitbox size. S just really outpokes Litchi. She outpokes her in a very meaningful way, and she gets to set up things off of her pokes that Litchi does not get to set up off of her pokes if she's properly hit confirming. Like this right here, this would be a situation where she can poke with this to counter Litchi's 6B, and she gets knocked down, whereas Litchi's 6B, she's only going to get the 6B, right? So this is the kind of thing where it is return on reward for similar type pokes. Because S is edging out the poke games just slightly due to frame data differences, having the more consistent reward off of the pokes gives her that leg up in neutral. She especially has a leg up when you're playing staffless, though. If you're playing in a situation where you cannot actually get the staff back, Litchi is at a complete loss on the ground game. She struggles very heavily at approaching from the ground without having the staff coverage. And because S has some of the best air control in the game with her anti-airs and her air-to-air buttons, taking to the air where Litchi normally would go to try and stabilize her game plan against characters that beat her on the ground is very difficult for her to do because S has ways to keep her from getting the staff back or playing the top of the screen. So it really just comes down to the fact that Litchi is a character that really, really likes to control neutral pacing and play at ranges that S also likes to play at. And S just kind of edges out those things. Mai is the exact same way. Mai is basically the exact same type of matchup as S, just a little different in the fact that Litchi has more wiggle room to play around with staff launch than she does against S. However, Mai has more ways to quickly force herself onto Litchi at ranges where it's difficult for Litchi to deal with. That's pretty much the only reason why those three matchups are considered to be her bad matchups. But again, none of them are like losing. They're not like 7-3s or something like that, you know? They're not even really like 6-4s. If I was gonna say I teeter on my opinion between who's worse, I guess I would feel like S is worse. If there was gonna be a matchup that was genuinely like 6-4 bad for Litchi, it would be S. Not so much Izanami or Mai. But most of them, if you're like throwing numbers at them, then it's like 5-5, 4.5. You know, they're barely losing. Advice for the Hazma matchups. The Hazma matchup, you can play very non-committal And one of the things that characters in this game have trouble with Hazama is that they cannot challenge him without taking considerable risk to control his movement. Litchi can. She can control space detached from herself. So she has the ability to move the screen and traverse the screen to deal with chains and his approach and his mobility, while also being able to challenge him with staff launch. So vertical staff launch, Rin-chan, stuff like that, really great at keeping him from being able to dash around, especially if you hold it. Like if he's launched the chain and you're holding staff, he can't freely like do different angles or wait a little bit to kind of like make you whiff normals and stuff like that, because you can always put that hitbox on him. One of the major things that makes that matchup hard is that the staff follows Litchi as she moves after it's been launched when it's returning back. And because she has one of the highest super jumps in the game, she is one of the only characters that can put active hitboxes out at the top of the screen for him to have to deal with. It's actually very tough for Hazama to freely play the neutral game he wants to do against her. But characters that she like definitely has a massive leg up on, characters that are really, really bad at fighting Litchi. I would say these are like genuine counter picks, like you can't play this character against Litchi at tournament level and expect to win. She demolishes Tager very hard. It is extremely hard for him to play against this character, and it's for reasons that are kind of different than why she beats most characters. He actually doesn't have the hardest time ever dealing with staff and neutral, but the way that her pokes are constructed, the way that she can use her pokes and her staff game, she could beat this character without ever mode changing. In fact, there's even a tournament set that you could probably look up of mine. I think I was fighting Isoropia at CEO Otaku in like 2017 or something like that. I think I only launched the staff like maybe 4 or 5 times in that entire set. She's just that stable with her basic normals against Tager. Totally opposite end of the spectrum, Valkenhayn, the staff basically destroys this entire game plan. Like, one of the reasons why it's so difficult for him is not necessarily because she can hit him all the time. Like, she can hit him out of wolf movement and stuff like that, which she certainly can. It's very difficult for him, especially since he can't block and she covers so much of the screen. The risk reward and the resource that he must invest to play around her in neutral lowers his reward significantly. And what I mean by that is, in order to properly navigate neutral around her tools, he has to heavily invest a lot of his wolf gauge into actually creating situations for him that are advantageous. But the more that he has to use wolf gauge in neutral to actually stabilize himself against her, the lower his reward gets, the lower his return, not just in damage, but also in offense. His ability to do defensive option selects that use wolf meter, or offensive option selects against defensive tools, I mean. He has significantly less to work with. So she can kind of force him into losing his most important resource so that even when she does get hit, his advantage is much lower than it would be against most other characters. On top of that, she has so many defensive RPS tools that specifically are really bad for him to deal with, that she can just cycle defensive choices without actually having to block. She doesn't have to rely as much on blocking his actual mix-up, just because of the sheer volume of RPS tools that she has at her disposal. The Isoropia set, I think it was CEO Otaku. I think it was CEO Otaku either in 2017 or 2018. I'm not sure. I think the set is on YouTube, but like it's just a lot of poking. It's just like a lot of long range, mid range, like neutral pokes in that set. But anyway, Valk, it's very difficult for him to deal with. It's especially hard for him to deal with in this one because of Rin-chan. It deals with angles that he likes to use super well, so it's a very advantageous matchup for her. There's plenty of footage out there of me fighting like Grunkle, Kiba, and other players in that matchup. So she does really, really well against him. In terms of her matchups against other top tiers, she, like I said, she loses to Izanami. I think she has a slight edge up on Rachel. The matchup against Carl is even. The matchup against Carl is even just because he has many ways that he can deal with the staff. It's hard for him to deal with her mobility and some of her pokes, but he has enough control over neutral or like ways to circumvent what she's trying to do that it mostly ends up being about even, in my opinion. Izuyoi, I think she does perfectly fine against Izuyoi. I think she has an advantage when she's in regular mode. I think it's entirely possible for Litchi to keep Izuyoi from being able to establish her game plan. It does get more difficult once she has stocks because she can take control of her pacing a little easier. She also has plenty of ways to, do safe offense against Litchi and stuff like that as well. Did I play online any today? No, I did not. I have not played online in 2 or 3 days. Against 9, so I have played this matchup a lot against many very strong 9 players. The best way I can describe this sounds a bit like a cop-out, but we call this a hard 5-5. This basically means like it is genuinely a completely even matchup. They do perfectly well against each other. They have so many options and tools to keep each other in check that there is a lot of give and take. However, both of them have advantage states that they can take against each other that make it seem like the matchup could go in one way or another. So we could call this a very heavy momentum-based matchup where they can target things from each other should situations arise that are game-winning for both of those characters. So it's kind of one of those things where it's like a lot of nothing happens until something does, and it could be detrimental for the other character in a very meaningful way. So good matchup, though. 9 can move around the staff pretty freely, but you're still forcing her to move, right? So this is the kind of thing where it's like, yes, 9 can negate the staff with teleports and some of her tools, but you're still controlling the choices that 9 has to make, and that is good for Litchi because she can force 9 into not being able to play so freely. And then on the flip side, she still has ways to negate a lot of the things Litchi wants to do. She still has normals very akin to like S and Mai that are good at boxing Litchi out. But she's slower. Litchi's a much faster character. She can't keep up with Litchi's mobility quite as much as those other 2 characters, so it comes out to be a very even matchup. Somebody asked me about Relius earlier. Again, I think this is a very even matchup. He has lots of ways to safely kind of like navigate neutral against her without having to commit too heavily, but unlike Carl, he has a much harder time dealing with staff and neutral, creating kind of that wall, and his advantage states are not quite as strong, and I think he has significant trouble dealing with her ability to like place the staff in areas where he wants to have Ignis. I guess the best way to say this is he cannot freely establish his neutral game plan against her as he could for other characters, but he still has strong enough neutral that he can play the matchup well. This is a matchup that has been going back and forth with Litchi and Bang players for a very long time. Most people from the Litchi perspective think this matchup is terrible for her. Most people from the Bang perspective think the matchup is terrible for him. Ultimately, that makes it an even matchup. There is so much documented competitive footage of this matchup that you can pretty easily tell that this is an even matchup for her. I think those are pretty much most of the notable ones. I mean, most of the matchups in this game, she either has a pretty decent advantage or she has at least an advantage enough to say that it's a good matchup for her. Like, let's say, Amane, Azrael, Jin, Ragna, Kagura, Celica, Terami. These are all characters that she definitively has like a matchup advantage against them. Hibiki, like it's either even or slightly in her favor for the majority of the matchups in this game. So that is one reason why she's top 3 in this version, is that she may not have like an outright winning matchup, like a counter pick type matchup like she does against, say, Valk or Bullet, Tager, but she at the very least has a perfectly even or slightly in her favor most of the time. She's usually more in control of the match than the other character is. But then she does have the hard 5/5s, which are characters that are more competent at fighting her, even though it's still an even matchup. Characters like Bang and 9, and then she has those 3 matchups that are pretty difficult. Does Jin have any bad matchups? I do think the Litchi matchup is bad for Jin. You'd probably have to ask a Jin player for their perspective on that. I'm sure some characters are more difficult than others. I know I've heard most people say that Mew is a pretty difficult matchup for Jin. And I feel like I've heard most people say that Release is actually kind of difficult, but I'm not sure. But I think that's it for most of the questions on here. I'm rereading through this. I don't think they've missed any. Yeah, I think that's about it. Like I said, I know this was like really unstructured, kind of jumped around stuff a lot, but hopefully it's useful enough for now for most people to get a handle on her. I am going to work on written text versions of guides. What combos do you do when you're staffless but you're right next to the staff? I went over combo stuff a little bit ago. I'm gonna have the VOD of this, so I will upload this, and then you can check back on that in a little bit. Quick question, since you're lagging earlier, it's more on the technical side, but can Litchi still get a full route off of JC double jump, JC fuzzy? Yes. So in fact, if you go to my Twitter page, which I could probably just grab this for you, I just labbed out fuzzy setups last week. They're actually very consistent in this version, much more consistent than they are in other versions. In fact, they are character specific. They're highly character specific, but they do exist. Let me see. And I will post links to these in the chat. Okay, let's see. So I just got back into BB. Last time I played was Litchi back in Calamity Trigger. Wanted to try all these new to me characters, but no one's scratching the itch like Litchi. Yeah, no problem. And yeah, it's cool. It's cool to see so many people coming back with the rollback patch that haven't played, you know, in legitimately 10 years or more. People that tried with Calamity Trigger. I'm sure it's like, it's a pretty big shock for most people that I've talked to that have got back into it, just because the game is so different now than it used to be. But it still has that familiarity that you still feel like it's Blaze Blue, but it's like it's a very different Blaze Blue. But it's pretty cool to see so many people getting back into it. Okay, here's some of the fuzzies. Okay, so again, these are character specific. So here's one fuzzy. Oh, right, I totally forgot. I forgot to do this on a different computer because I'm not signed in on this one. I mentioned this at the very start of the stream, but I don't have a dual monitor set up, so I'm actually looking at Twitch chat on a laptop, but I'm streaming on my actual computer. Let me see. Also, apologies if the keyboard is really loud. Or the mouse, for that matter. Okay, so I did not post the full combo routing off of these fuzzies. I did on the second clip. But there are those. What do you do about Terami 5C? 5C, like the 2-hit hop kick, or 6C where he does like all the dashing slash moves? Because I feel like you probably meant 6C, because that's more of like a crazy annoying move, unless you're talking about like on block. On block, okay, so you want to IB. You always want to try and IB the second hit of 5C, but he has Gatlings after it, so of course, you know, he can frame trap off of it, but the move doesn't hit overhead, so you can kind of just crouch block it, and then you can try to like fuzzy jump out of it if he's just doing it raw and he's not doing like any kind of Gatling cancel or anything off of it. It's like I'm pretty sure he can frame trap with 2C, 3C, and 5D when he lands after the second hit because he has those Gatlings, but I'm not 100% on that. But yeah, just IB. If you're really having like feeling the heat and you don't want to try mashing, okay, yeah, so you can. 6B. Okay, so yeah, I mean, you're mostly just gonna have to hold that, honestly. Like IB, you can try and DP the gap. If you have the staff equipped, you can definitely IB DP a gap there. But if he chooses to not do anything, he's only gonna be -4 on IB, so he's gonna be able to block and punish it. So you're just kind of playing defensive, offensive RPS with that. But yeah, if you're having trouble dealing with his pressure, then you could always try IBing as much as possible, and then using counter assault to get out of the offense. One important thing to remember about Terami, though, is that he doesn't really have crazy strong mix-up. He has a reactable overhead with 214C. It's more about his stagger pressure and his throw game than anything. So remembering to not get too flustered that you're blocking a lot of moves is important, and you just want to focus on reacting to those two things more than anything else. Reactable, yes, many quotation marks are reactable. It's Blaze Blue reactable, you know how that goes. Reactable in the sense that, yes, technically you could, but most of the time you're not going to type reactable. Yeah, like you're definitely he's focusing a lot on stagger pressure and throw. That is Terami's main offense. And then yeah, he's amassing the meter so that way he can get more like actual mix up. Yeah, in terms of like 5C specifically though, yeah, just focus on IB and barrier. You can try and barrier him out. He has many ways to reset pressure safely against barrier, but mixing in barrier plus IB and showing that you're willing to do things like DP and stuff on the gaps is important in fighting that character. And the more you IB, the more you have meter, and then counter assault becomes more of a factor. That's not really something specific to the Litchi matchup in particular, that's just kind of like playing against him overall. But I think, unless anybody else has like a very specific character that they want me to talk about the matchup from Litchi's perspective, I'll probably call it quits on this for now. I didn't really talk about like set play, but that's gonna be like really hard for me to talk about here. I think that'll be much better suited to the written guide or like a specific video about it, because I need to really like get into that more. Good VODs to watch of Litchi play. Okay, so look up anything of Puromete or Quakey. They're the same player. Koike and Puromete. Those are the names. Watch anything with him and watch anything with Galileo. They are the two strongest Litchi players, and I would say they have the best understanding of her in Central Fiction. There would have been other players I could have recommended before, but I think in Central Fiction specifically, they're the best too. In terms of like specific videos, I can't really think of anything for like Central Fiction specifically. The Dora versus Galileo set and the Combo Breaker Grand Finals are two good sets with Galileo that you can watch. There's Ryo too, RYO. He was Aurelius player that plays a lot of Litchi now. I think it's been quite a while since he's shown up in anything. He was pretty decent after he finally got into her pretty well, because he made the switch in Central Fiction. So there's a lot of footage of him really struggling to pick the character up, but then later on he was pretty good with her. And then there's also the player Air, just AIR. But I think he was more active in Chrono Phantasma. I can't think of very many players that actively play her now that are like terribly strong in Japan in the current climate of arcade scene. But Galileo and Quakey for sure, those are the two players that you want to watch. So if you can find any footage of them recently or within like the past 2 or 3 years, you know, since CF2 came out, those would be the best to look up. But yeah, like I said, I'm definitely going to work on some regular, like, just written content and maybe a couple of more, like, pinpointed scripted video guides for Litchi content. But I just wanted to throw this out there just so people could watch it and get a general idea of some things. I know it's not, like, super in-depth. It was very kind of, like, all over the place during the stream, but that's kind of just the best I can do at this point. But hopefully it was useful. I want to make sure that my VOD is actually saving. I'm going to be upset if it's not. Which it should. Okay, yeah, I think it's saved. I suppose it was in depth in the fact that I talked a lot, but I don't think like it was a little unstructured, I guess is the best way I could say it. When I'm doing like guides and talking about like breaking down characters and stuff, I like to get like really into specific utilities of moves with like examples and stuff. So I didn't really do that here as much as I just rambled about things. Like, I just feel like I'm missing a lot, but that's just how Litchi is. This is why it's always taken me like so long to put together Litchi content, because it's a really hard to adequately and descriptively describe what she's doing. Not descriptively describe, competently describe what she's doing. I feel like I miss stuff all the time when I'm going over it. It's hard to be eloquent talking about that character. But yeah, I'm glad it's been useful to people. I'm glad people showed up. I would like to get more sets out. Who do I have to watch to learn more about this game? Like in a general sense, just like general video guides about the game overall, or just like specific characters or things like that? Like, what are you looking for more in particular? Like, unfortunately, who's online, I honestly don't know. Fundamental stuff. Yeah, so like if you're wanting to just learn more about the game, like at a basic level, like system mechanics and like how the game operates overall, unfortunately, there's not a lot of like beginner content that explains the system in like video format. Dustloop Wiki has all the information you'd ever need to know about how the actual system mechanics work at a technical level, but it's not very much of a guide. Like, it's not a utility type of guide where it teaches you how to actually use the systems as much as it tells you what the systems themselves actually do. But if you want somebody who breaks down concepts of the game pretty well, Super Kawaii Desu, or SKD for short, is usually what he goes by. He's done a few videos, and he does streams where he talks about stuff and answers questions pretty often. He's one of the best players in this game, so he's good to watch. But unfortunately, there's just really not a lot of guides that target the learning process specifically. So what you're doing, yeah, you just watch others and try to apply it. Unfortunately, that is where this game is. It's not ever been a super huge game, and this one's pretty late into its lifespan, so there was less content. And it does make it hard for beginners, but I know people are working on trying to get more stuff out there. But yeah, I hate to say it, but unfortunately, yeah, you're just gonna have to watch videos and try to apply what you see. It sucks, but that is where this game's community is with welcoming content right now. It's either that, or you just pick the character that you want to learn and join a Discord and look at their resources and ask questions there. But yes, I think the VOD is saved, so I think we should be good. I'll probably upload this to my YouTube channel. I've been at this for almost 5 hours, which is crazy. This is the longest stream I've ever done, and I never, ever do commentary on these, so this is definitely new for me. I hope it was okay to you guys. Will they ever come out with a similar BB in the future? Who knows? Nobody knows the future of BlazBlue. Central Fiction's getting ready to be 6 years old soon. The latest thing we got from BlazBlue as a franchise was Dark War, the mobile game. It died in less than a year. Nobody knows. Personally, obviously, I love BlazBlue to death. I would love to see a new game in the future. However, this is not a knock at Strive, so do not take it this way. I think Strive is a very fun game. I really hope that BB does not go the Strive route in terms of its gameplay. Yeah, see, here's the thing about tag. Like, there's a misconception about how tag is because it has BlazBlue in the name. That was the worst thing they ever did for BB Tag and BB as a franchise, because BB Tag is a totally separate entity. It's not involved with the mainline BB games at all. It's not a canon series. It does not affect the mainline games. It was just a side game that they did. I personally love it in ways, hate it in others. It's a fun game. It's not BlazBlue. So it was difficult when that game came out and people wanted to get into BlazBlue, but their first exposure to the characters was in that game. And I think that did a little bit of irreparable damage to it, but they could have just called it Cross Tag Battle. But I do love BB. I love BB Tag. Game is way harder and more complex than people think it is played at top level, but you would only really understand if you had played it at top level. But volatile game, you love it or you hate it. Totally don't knock people for not liking it. There's a lot about it to hate. When it comes to a new BB game, no, I do not want it to play like BB Tag. No, I do not want it to play like Strive. I like where BB's at with Central Fiction. BB has definitely gone through many iterations that have not been ideal. We were all around for Calamity Trigger and Continuum Shift. Well, most of us. A lot of people weren't. We were all around for 1.0 Kokonoi. But thank you all for tuning in. I will try and set up first to 5 and first to 10 sets with players that I know to upload to my YouTube channel. To get more footage out with Litchi. As always, my Twitter handle is the same as my Twitch, UriFGC. Feel free to ask questions. You can DM me or you can shoot me a message on there. I don't always see my DMs. I may not always reply to those, but if you have any particular questions and stuff, you can always hit me up and I will try to get back to you. I get a lot of questions now since Rollback came out. I've been getting just bombarded with people. I'm totally happy to help, but do not take it personally if I miss it or I don't get back to you. But I will always try my best to answer questions for everybody. So if you've got questions about the game or Litchi in particular, feel free to send me a message. But for now, I'm going to call it quits at this. I hope that this was useful to everybody and that you enjoyed it. I hope the commentary was not terrible. But otherwise, I will see you all later, and thank you for tuning in.